On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of September 16, 2025 at 7 o'clock p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present, ready to serve.
Councilman Omar,
Present.
Councilman Udin, Councilman Velez,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Present.
Council President.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. There are 5 councilmen present at this time.
Nice.
And the time is, let's see, 7:02.
7.
Yes. This evening, Council President, the prayer will be rendered by Dr. Jalen Knight, Associate Minister of the Historic Calvary Baptist Church. Can we all stand for the prayer? And the flag salute will be led by Honorable Councilman Alex Mendez.
Good evening. Let us pray. God, we thank you for this day, oh God. We thank you for this time that you have brought us together, oh God. Continue to be with the city council. Continue to be with the municipality. Continue to be with them as they lead and guide the people, oh God. God, bless their gifts, oh God. Bless their positions. Bless their purpose, oh God. Guard their ear gates, oh God, as they continue to have this meeting on tonight. We call on unity, oh God, in this meeting. Bless our citizens in the city of Paterson. Give them peace that surpasses all understanding, oh God. Give them joy in their hearts, oh God. Heal them, oh God, as we continue to fight the fights in this city, oh God. Give our president, our vice president, and officers of this council, oh God, wisdom to make the right choices, oh God. Revelational knowledge so that way they know you better as they continue to lead our wards, oh God. Bless our fiscal officers. Bless our business administrator, oh God. Bless this mayor of this city as they continue to go forth and hear the people's voice. Bless this meeting on tonight, oh God. Be with them as they carry out the business of the city of Paterson, this city of righteousness. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Amen. Plus.
Thank you. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would everyone please remain standing for a moment of silence for our troops and everyone that have lost a loved one? Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law, 2025-2026, meeting date September 16, 2025, time 7 o'clock p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2025-2026 on or about July 1st, 2025. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2025 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, and the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2025-2026 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 8 through 35. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
Move. Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Council President.
Item number 17, please remove.
Item number 17 on regular. Councilman Velez.
Madam Clerk, Council President, can you please move to regular 10 and number 12?
Item 10 and 12 to regular.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam
Number two-
Clerk.
I'm sorry, one second. I just need to, I had some notes here.
So item number 17 is removed, Council President, and 10 and 12 on regular.
10, 12, and 17 will be on regular.
Okay, thank you.
One second, Council President.
Hold on for a minute.
Item 27.
Item number 27 for the Police Department on regular. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
One second, Council President. Item 31.
Council
Item
President.
31 for the tennis courts. Councilman Mendez on regular.
Resolution. If there's any question,
Madam-
no problem, could be in regular.
Madam President, item number 18, also on regular.
I didn't hear you.
18. And also 19.
Item 18 and 19 on regular?
Correct.
Okay.
23 and 24.
And 23 and 24 on regular.
Council President, 20 and 24?
No, 23 and 24.
Okay.
And 18.
Items 10, items 12, items 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 27, 31 on regular. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for the consent agenda. Items 8 through 35 with the exception of item number 17, which was removed. Item number 10, 12, 27, 31, 18, 19, and 23 and 24, which has been placed on regular. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Omar. Yes. Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
So just for the record, it's items 10, Madam Clerk, 12, 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 27, and 31 on regular, not removed.
And-
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 6 in favor, 3 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
So for people that are watching or trying to view, Channel 77 has been changed by the carrier. It's now Channel 13. At this time, we'll do 2 payment of bills, one from last week and the one for tonight. We did not get to it last week. Finance Chair, Council Vice President.
Council President?
Thank you very much, Council President. At this time, council members, last week's payment of bills were not done. They were in the amount of $16,756,273.93. It was a payroll week, which was $6,166,606.14. When you look at the grant funds, those monies are specific to Larry Doby, $1.7 million, Westside Park, $1 million. That total for grant funds, in addition to smaller funds, in the amount of $3,408,563.20. And also in this payment, there was also payments to Philco for $485,000. So solid waste and can't read this right here.
Council President, discussion?
Okay, reworld for $500,000, making that a total of $2,077,205.39. The total for computer checks are $10,589,667.79. The payroll was $6,166,606.14, making it a total of $16,756,273.93. My motion is for payment of bills.
Can I get a second? Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims.
Council.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to ask why we have two payment of bills.
So
Last
the
week
reason why last week we did not get to go over them, so we have to do them tonight.
Oh, okay, so is this one for the workshop and one from this
Yes.
bill? Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay, I got you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So, well, I would like to get some kind of update on where we are with the sanitation company as we move into you know, the second portion of the well, last portion of the quarter. The services are still absolutely terrible, and we're just paying them. I mean, do we have a breakdown? I know I saw the director. Do we have a breakdown on fees that we've charged the Philco for violations in their contract and services?
Director Rodriguez.
Actually, we haven't, Philco hasn't been fined or any penalties against their contract at all since they started.
Since they started?
No, we haven't found any illegal dumpings or any illegal pickups that they've done. They've got rid of the employee that day. They paid that tipping fee themselves. That we have records of that. As far as if they miss a block, there's a reason. They show us the reason. Maybe there's a street paving or anything in that, some PSC&G, some water work that they missed, and they'll go back the very next day. We on top of that.
All right, very good.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you. Council President, through the chair to CFO, I just received another disturbing call and alert that we owe a lot of money to the professionals on the planning board and the zoning board. And they are threatened to not meet because they owe them a lot of money. Last time we spoke about this, check was made right away, bills was submitted. Can you tell me if that's a fact, or you still guys own, even the planner, more than $20,000 as an attorney, more than $20,000 back pay? I just want to make sure those boards do not freeze their duties because they owe them payments, the professionals ones.
CFO.
I'm aware we are paid up to date from this year and from last year. I'm aware of claims that they're owed, I believe, a certain amount of money from 2021. As far as I know, that was taken care of in 2022. We are having a meeting with them, I believe, next week or the week after, to go over the bills, but I believe those were taken care of back then.
Can you, after you have that meeting, can you give me or send me email what was the conclusion of that meeting?
Yes.
Because it's real important that payments are certified, especially when we do payment of bills every meeting. Any of these bills that we are paying today, any retroactive, I meant to BA. Last meeting, we spoke with one of the police officers who was claiming that retro. Are you all working on that? Can you put it on the record with instead of your head?
BA?
Yes, thank you. No, we're looking into all retro payments that need to be taken care of throughout the city.
All right. Thank you, Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on the payment of bills for the workshop of September 9th, 2025, in the amount of $16,756,273.93. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
No.
Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On this payment of bill, we have $5,996,000 that go into payroll for our city employees. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
Service has been rendered, and it's fair to third-party contractor to get paid for the service that it gave to the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Payment of bills for the workshop of September 9th, 2025 is hereby adopted.
Can we do payment of bills for September 16th, Madam Clerk?
Payment of bills for the regular meeting of September 16th, 2025, and the amount of $8,628,725.98. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila. I'm sorry.
I have to move it.
There was no motion.
It's all right. All right, thank you very much, Council President. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The payment summary of disbursements for this week today, September 16th, is for the amount of $8,628,725.98. Again, payroll week, just council members, if you know, because we have 2 meetings, we only have 2 payments for payroll. So in the past, we would have 1 week where there was no payroll. So every time in our meetings, we now have payroll in the summary of disbursements. So the payroll amount is $5,996,718.18. The computer checks for $2,632,007.80, of which the majority, $400,000 for River Street, $600,000 for dispatch. In terms of grants, the amount of grants dispersed for $1,018,165.78. Those were for the Vera Ames Park and Vista Park. So once again, my motion is for payment of bills for $8,628,725.98.
Can I get a second? Second by Council President. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of...
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So, Council President, one, I'm wondering when, and not that it's completely relevant to this, but it should be. What happened to the audit for the, the corrective action plan for the audit that we just underwent?
It's on the agenda, Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry?
It's on the irregular, non-consent agenda item on tonight.
No, I'm aware, but
It's on item number 38.
I'm talking about here is what we're doing as we just had $16 million, and here's another $8 million in totality, right? And we're in the last quarter where we just got a failing grade on relative to our conduct. And We just approved the introduced budget. We're moving into the final quarter. We're spending without having an outline of whether or not we're going to overspend. You know, I mean, I understand that these bills, the first thing, the last bill payment is for previous bills that already, I'm assuming most have possibly have gone out, which they should not have. But we still haven't had a clear understanding on where we're going to finalize what we're doing. We're into the last quarter. We're blindly spending. We don't have outside of the introduced budget, we don't have an outline from the administration on where we're anticipating on landing. And we're going over the review after we're paying these bills. I mean, this is it's just not the responsible manner in how we should be working. We should have had this stuff taken care of long before now. We're in the final quarter, and we still don't have an understanding of where we are, where we're going to land financially. So I'm concerned. I mean, I know that you guys are just content with voting yes and moving these items forward, but I'm very concerned that we're not being responsible in our primary responsibility here as a council.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Roll call on the payment of bills in the amount of $8,628,725.98. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So, thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, past practices mean a lot. Past practices tell you, you know, how things at least should be done, whether or not there's a necessity for some adjustments. But you don't introduce a budget in the last quarter, blindly just continue to spend without having an outline of where the final budget is actually going to land. Even when we approved the introduced budget, how many council members were talking about, well, you know, there's still some adjustments that need to be made. If you allow this continual spending without the scrutiny and oversight beforehand, you can't go back and unspend it. Once they spend the money, it's already over with. And I can't take part in that irresponsible action. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When it comes to payment of bill, one of the complaints that a lot of the vendor and company that do business with the city of Paterson has that they have to wait 6-7 months to get a check to get paid. That's the biggest concern that all the provider has, and that's something that really have to stop. Quite honestly, I don't know why that is happening. It's happening because we approve payment of bills on every week. But payment of bills is a responsibility that we have with our city employees to get paid, and also those companies that do business with the city of Paterson to get a check on a timely manner. You know, I would like to hear from our CFO, I mean, why things like this is happening. Because, you know, when you have conversation with people that do business with the city of Paterson CFO, that's the biggest complaint. Now, my recommendation, if one of the council colleagues doesn't feel satisfied or comfortable with any line item, investigate, ask for documentation before you vote, and treat that specific case separately. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez, for that financial education you gave us today. But everybody knows that payment of bills is based on contractual, award contracts, and also payment of bills based on grants that we receive in the city of Paterson to fulfill, like programs the Paterson Police Department does, recreation do, and all that stuff. So they had to get paid. Based on that,
Thank you.
my vote is yes to payment of bills.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine, we're on the payment of bills.
Good evening, Paterson. Yes, my vote is yes to bill. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Council President?
So
What's up, you?
we have so many vendors and so many non-for-profits. We have entities like the Community Policing Department, so many people that write grants, and their grant dollars are tied into these payment of bills, in addition to pension payments, payroll, so many other things. But I want to bring some clarity to the community. The introduced budget did not just pass, it was introduced 3 times. It failed twice. It was introduced at 5.6%. And the council, some of the council members, including myself, we chose not to support a 5.6 increase. We got it down to 3.5%, and it was approved. And I just want to say this, in order to, and when you're going to ask the state for dollars in the amount that we've been asking over 30 years, you have to present to them that you have a working government, such as the city council, introducing a budget. We still have time. Our fiscal year ends in December. Our adopted budget should be coming forth in November, and we're working diligently. I've requested the administration, I have asked our council members a few times to send recommendations and solutions, and the community to try to help us to get to at least the mandated percentage of 2% based on the memorandum of understanding, because we're on transitional aid. So at this time, I'm glad that we did introduce the budget, which met one of the requirements through DCA and the state in order for us to keep the $29.7 million. As for myself, I can only speak for me. If we did not introduce the budget, that means that the taxpayers would have had to pay at least 18% or up to 20% of increase because of the 23,000 tax-based entity in the city of Paterson. So when it comes to doing the right thing by the residents, that's what you do by the residents. You make sure you support those items, especially in this payment of bills. Items rendered and payments need to be received. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Number 7? Sure. Number 7. Is it over here? Okay, that's over here. I got it. Item number 7 is a resolution ratifying and adopting the 2024 budget of the Bunker Hill Special Improvement District. Finance, Resolution number 25:433. Public hearing is required.
So moved.
So moved by Council Vice President
Second.
Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Public hearing is now open
For the budget.
for the Bunker Hill budget.
Seeing none, move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Council Vice President Davila, second by Councilman Udine. Roll call to close the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 7. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
To close the public
Close the
hearing.
public,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Okay. The public hearing is closed at this time.
Yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Madam President, this is real interesting. The question came forward when I see the years here, January 1st of 2024 and December 31st, 2024, and we are in 2025, September. How they got their budget fulfilled if a resolution to adopt this budget, and according to the SID, they get the money based on the budget approved. How they operated their budget on 2024 if they didn't have the money?
So that's a great question, Councilman Velez.
And
So
the second one that follows that, and we in September 2025, I'm not aware if we approved the one from January 2025 to December 2025, how legally, how this is going to work. Because if the business district got deducted separate for they fulfill their budget without a resolution ratifying that budget, where's the legal part on it? How they got the money? How CFO dispersed or ordered the tax assessor to based on the property value, to give that money to them so they could cooperate. If we coming to approve this now, and 2025 is not here to approval.
So that's a great question, and let me respond. So what happened was, this came before the city council under Councilman Mendez's leadership as the president. When it came before us to do the vote, we had to cancel the meeting in June. I think it was May or June. The meeting got canceled. This item was supposed to be placed back on the agenda, and it did not get placed back on the agenda. When we got notification of it, we spoke to Corporation Counsel in order to get this on the agenda. That is why it's here tonight, so that we can get it up to where it needs to be. But this happened prior to. The chairman of the board is fully aware of that, and they're okay. Legal counsel has said it's good. Their legal has said the same thing. So 2024 was not their area. It did come before the council. It was voted on by this council, but the adopted. And we're just here to introduce. We don't disperse funds for Bunker Hill.
So,
we vote by
but that now,
title.
we cannot, and this is my understanding, and the administration could clarify this, we cannot, this is the order. When we approve this, it's an order for the tax division to get the portion that belongs to them from that tax bill to submit it to satisfy a budget. How they operated a 2024 budget if we haven't even vote for give that order? Who gave the order without this resolution to go to tell the tax assessor, collect the money for they could fulfill the budget? And I want the administration to answer this. I understand the part of you, Council President, telling what happened with Mendez, because it's in this side is good, where it happened. But administration, who gave you permission to say, go ahead, tax the business separate so they could satisfy the SID budget without an order from the council approval to go and move forward? Who gave that order?
I don't think that was done, but CFO, please clarify, please.
The SID was never taxed for 2024, Councilman. So
What was that?
they were never taxed for 2024.
So they were
We
never
never send
taxed.
out bills, no.
So now, they never taxed in 2024. In 2025, we haven't approved the SID distribution. Now they're going to get double taxes. Whose fault is that?
I guess it was a cancellation of a meeting, whoever.
No, cancel your meeting, no. We got after meetings, and you supposed to put into the agenda with Council President in that time or not that time or now, listen, we are behind on this, and we had to comply with the law, and we had to get approval from the council to move forward.
So, Councilman Velez, you're yelling at the wrong people. I just stated to you when we first started that it was a meeting that was canceled. Councilman Mendez was the president at the time. When it came to my attention, we brought it here. You're yelling at the administration when it was Councilman Mendez.
No.
We can't take frustration out. One second, Councilman Velez, 1 second. You can't take frustration out of the wrong entity. We are here to correct what was not done from a council perspective. They're telling they did not tax, they could not because it wasn't done. We have to get it approved. It hasn't been done yet, Councilman Velez, and I understand there'll be other times you could yell at the administration, but this time is not. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President.
Hold on, Council President.
No,
Council,
go ahead.
I know they trying to dump it, but we're talking about July 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. He canceled one meeting in June, I believe it is, right? So why they didn't present the budget early from June, and they waited to the end of the day, and then now they want to blame the council? And you know why I'm saying this? Because that's what's happening when they want to tell employees out there, we're not moving forward because the council is the one holding it. We're not moving forward because the council didn't approve this. This proved this.
Councilman Velez, I understand what may have taken place. This is an error on the council's part. That's what I'm trying to make you, not the council as a whole. Councilman Mendez would like to speak.
Okay, go
Thank you, Council President, and let me just clarify that. That meeting was canceled for a lack of quorum. I never missed one meeting. During my 2 years as Council President, I never missed one meeting, but there was a lack of quorum. We didn't have enough council members to attend the meeting, and I cannot conduct a meeting on my own. I cannot do a meeting by myself. You know, I would love to, but I can't, quite honestly. Mr. CFO, quick question. So what you're telling me is that we have not sent the bill to the property owner that are included on the Bunker Hill Improvement District. That's what you're telling me now? That the bill was sent after we approved this legislation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So even though we're voting a year later, so they have not received the bill. And let me just clarify this to the public. A improvement district is an additional tax that the property owner of that location pay for additional services. That's why an improvement district is. So if I own a building on Bunker Hill, I will pay an additional taxes to get more services. But I just want to go over the budget. And I tell you, I'm very proud of the Bunker Hill Improvement District because the total budget is $160,250 for a year. And look how they spend their money. They have $88,000 on maintenance service around Bunker Hill. They have $50,000 on security. When you go to Bunker Hill, the private security, they pay for their own security. So they have $12,000 landscaping, and they have insurance, $3,500. Of those three line items, they have $153,500. They really invest the money within the area, something that needs to be done with other improvement districts. I don't want to get into that, but the time will come. And we need help in downtown. With our improvement district in downtown, please, we need help. The budget of the downtown improvement district is over $300,000. We could utilize that money in a better way. Downtown is filthy. It's filthy. It's really horrible. When you got people visiting our downtown, they immediately, what they notice is the garbage in our downtown. Our city is beautiful, but it's really filthy. We could do much better. I'm just going to point out the budget and how they spend the money, which is the real conversation that we all need to have because we approved this budget. It's our responsibility.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez. Councilman Jackson.
Pastor Steele, how you doing, sir? Respect, yes, sir. Appreciate you. It just was very difficult for me to swallow all of that nonsense that was just being spewed. First of all, you're going to spew off some nonsense about the downtown SID. No one here fought against the downtown SID harder than I did. Against my recommendation as the first ward councilman of the downtown area, I've always recommended that we not support the SID. I brought residents, owners of these buildings in the SID, in which you, sir, continue to vote in favor of. Then what's laughable is you want to come here and give credit to responsible budgeting, as you do every year. Everybody every year wants to give all this enormous amount of credit to the Bunker Hill SID for being responsible in their budgeting practices. But what are we doing here as a council as far as being responsible for budgeting practices? We're doing everything in opposite. First of all, I'm going to ask a question to the council president, because if we're placing the blame on the former president, so council president, you just determined and you were aware that this item needed to be placed on today's agenda?
Your question asking me?
Yes.
So when it came to our attention, it was sent into the clerk's office. The clerk called us into a meeting with our legal our corporation counsel to get some clarity on what should be done. They realized that between the time that the meeting did not happen due to lack of quorum, the council presidency had changed. So from that, we took it to our legal committee as well as finance committee. We went through the committees as we normally do and should do. And then once legal gave us the sign off, it was now presented to the city council.
So the case in point. So you figured out a way, went in the back room to strategically come up with a plan to put a Band-Aid on a wound, a gouge that was obviously made. Each week when these agendas are prepared is based on the recommendation from the administration of what needs to be done. So to Councilman Velez's point, if the CFO is being responsible in how the bills are supposed to be sent out to taxpayers, how does this get over? How is this an oversight? The bills are required to go out, right? So to the public. So we don't have this strategic plan or the item placed in our packet here, right? But when you look at how this item is being classified, the excuse that's given, the city's internal reconciliation process was delayed due to staff shortages. The city hired consultants, we went through this last week, to help delays due to staff shortages. Now, if we go through the budgeting, the gentleman that used to be employed here, Aaron, was hired. What was the other woman who was temporarily CFO for a year? Fabiana was hired. We've been paying consultants all along because the CFO just can't get the job done, and we are continuously, as a council, see, when it comes to being responsible for budgeting, it is the council's primary responsibility, not, creating citations and naming streets and things of that nature. We have to be responsible in budgeting. How are you responsible in budgeting if you're just approving items without having the foresight of how your budget is being projected? Council President just gave an example of how the temporary budget was failed multiple times. We would be responsible. It was a 5.2. Now we got a 3. Whatever the temporary budget was voted on, whether it was a 3.7, 3.9 amount of increase, it matters not. If at the end of the budget cycle, if you spent over, then the community is blindsided by an increase that we don't know what it's going to be. So this is not a practice that we can just, I understand and I respect them. Council President wanted to, dive on the grenade for the administration. I mean, he's been doing it since they allowed him to be the president. He's been taking a hit for them. Now, let's talk about this meeting that was canceled due to lack of quorum. Because I remember multiple meetings at the council president, and they all scurried off because they could not manage the dialogue, the debate that was happening. Me pointing out some of their incompetencies when it comes to doing what? Budgeting, spending. How many of you remember, he's banging the gavel, and then they decide we're not coming back for the meeting? So how do we know that's not one of these meetings? He's blaming it on quorum. Madam Clerk, what was the date of this supposed meeting that was canceled? Because I don't remember one meeting, not a regular meeting, being canceled due to lack of quorum.
Madam Clerk.
My memory serves me correctly. I believe it was March.
But somebody, Councilman Velez just said June or something like that.
It was June?
So Council President, do you have a, you
Let me
outlined
bring
I'm not
something.
sure.
So it wasn't March. Let me be clarity. It wasn't brought to our attention by the administration. It was brought to our attention through Madam Clerk. So when she brought it to our attention on what was not done based on the last presidency, and for clarity, when you were saying the gavel, that wasn't me. But when it came to my attention from Madam Clerk, that is when we had the conversation with Corporation Counsel about why did it not get done. We found out that the meeting got canceled, and so that's why we're here tonight. But the administration didn't come to us. Madam Clerk noticed that it wasn't done. We had Madam Jane Williams-Warren. Thank God you're watching so you can see this item. She came in and assisted. We brought in Corporation Counsel. Ben came upstairs, and we made sure that we were doing the right thing for Bunker Hill by making sure it comes to this council and get voted on, which it should have been done in the previous presidency.
Council President, you're validating my argument in saying that the CFO, who's responsible for billing, who's responsible for, he's not the collector, but they all fall under him. He's responsible, he should be sitting here every night. He does not. He vacates his seat for hours on end, doesn't come back to the meeting. So if there's oversight over items that specifically come out of the finance division, and he yet again he didn't even have the decency. So thank God for the training that Madam Clerk has undergone, and she's made us aware of a ball drop. But what about, to Councilman Velez's point, there's bills that went out last year, and just for a matter of practices, I'm sure the bills still went out. I'm sure that they still paid. And in fact, that responsible budget that Councilman Mendez is talking about, there had to have been a disbursement of those funds. How is their vendors being paid? And if their vendors was in fact being paid by overages or a budget surplus, I mean, maybe we need to hire one of them to come in and work as a consultant in the finance department, because obviously there's something really wrong that we're doing here. So I just don't like the fact that we're willing to just callously move over things as if they're not an issue. This is why we have a failing grade. This is why and every single answer is, oh, well, due to shortages. The same people that forced March Sharon out, the same people that have done various, we'll get to that in a moment. But, all right, if we're ready to vote, because, I mean, this is what we do. We just,
Madam Clerk, roll
move
call,
on whatever
please.
they tell us to move
Roll
on.
call.
Council President, that date is right here in the resolution. It was May 28, 2024. That's
May 28th?
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
roll call on item number 7 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
No.
Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Operating budget 2024, Councilman Mendez highlight the beautiful budget that they have. That means in 2024, they didn't have no service because they had no money to operate. For real. That's what I see here. And the other thing is, if they are the one introducing the budget, I don't know why the resolution say that we, the council, formally introduce budget. I never heard that before, but that's okay. Let's bail somebody out here today with this vote. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, item number 10.
Item number 10. One second, please.
Number 10.
I got it. Item number 10 is a resolution honoring Tony Murphy for his years of service and contribution to the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila, Mims, and Udine. Roll call on item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 10 for adoption, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Davila.
Congratulations. Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Obviously, I don't normally participate in most of these recognitions, mostly because some of the people I don't have a real relationship with. I'm not sure. But in this case, it's much different. Brother Murphy has been a mentor, big brother of mine for many, many years. In fact, as he continues to, impact our community positively, because his son is now one of the coaches at the high school within the city. So the work that they continue to do, and they're doing, continue to do mentorship programs. They're doing free clinics and training, which him and the entire crew, that would be Rory Sparrow, Andre Bees, Derek, Derek Lamar, Stretch, which is James Fulcher, Coach Wembley at the charter school. There's so many of these guys that continuously give back to our community, relentlessly for free. These guys, Tony Murphy led the country in scoring at Southern University. He was came out of East Side with Rory Sparrow, and you know, he was the top scorer in the country for a few years at Southern, as well as playing with the likes of Rory Sparrow, who played in the NBA for a number of years, and Tony, who also, had it not been for injury, would have had I'm sure, an extensive career in the NBA. But this is something that's much worthy, not because of all the work that he's done in the past, but the work that he continues to do, giving, you know, teaching kids the basketball that can continue to help people move on to get a an education, and his sons continue to contribute in his likeness as well. So, Madam Clerk, I'm proud to be to vote yes on this item. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez.
Congratulations. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar.
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for those great words on behalf of you to Mr. Tony Murphy. Mr. Tony Murphy does a lot beside dedicating himself for recreation in the city of Paterson. He's a long resident in the 5th Ward in Pearl Street. He got me on check, you know, always calling, you need to do this, you did good, you need to do better. Mr. Tony Murphy, you know, like Councilwoman always been saying, give the flowers when they could smell them. Keep on doing the great job that you've been doing with our youth and with the residents around where you live. You're a good neighbor, you're a good constituent, and for me, it's an honor to dedicate the year's service to you. God bless you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Yes, well deserved, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Item number 12, Madam Clerk.
Item number 12. Sorry. It's a resolution to honor Gurpis Korea, Chino, Auakati, for his dedication of years of service in the music industry and service to the community, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez.
Second.
So moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 12.
Roll call for item number 12, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez.
Congratulations, my great friend Chino. My vote is yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Oh, he's not, okay. All right, he's absent. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President, for allowing me to put this resolution. Unless the record reflect, I want to put also my colleague, Councilman Mendez, a co-sponsor on this resolution. You know, we had to praise those individuals that give us that joy through the radio, through the performance. And Chino Auakati, you're a great guy, man. Everybody that met you and everybody knows you, you give us good energy. And through X 96.3 FM. God bless you. Keep on the good work. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 12 is adopted.
Item number 6, item 17, Madam Clerk.
17? Okay. Item number 17. Resolution authorizing tax collector to recall third-party tax lien and purge erroneously billed taxes and sewer charges on Lot 5 and Block 3909, owned by 702 East 27th Realty LLC. This is a
Moved by Council Vice President Davila, second.
finance item.
Second by Council President Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
So, and I apologize, because I know, some people are just trying to get through the meeting, right? But, and Pastor Steele, you'll be interested in understanding this one here. Grace Chapel had owned the property for 30, 40 years on the corner of North Main and Heldon Avenue. It was a part of their collection of parcels. It was a non-taxed item for many years. They at one point rented to a restaurant that was a chicken shack. That chicken shack was causing a ruckus in the community, 200-300 people that was out there. Grace Chapel decided that the money wasn't feasible for them to make these kind of sacrifices to the community. So they stopped renting the place. There was billboards that were there that had cigarette advertisements on it that the restaurant had put up. The Grace Chapel closed out those business arrangements. This council then came together. I don't know if Councilwoman Mims was here at that time, but Mendez, Cotton, we voted to acknowledge that the church was not collecting any finances off of this property. We purged those taxes. Years down the line, they placed the property back on the tax rolls to the point to where the property was stolen from the church, basically. They were not noticed. All the notices were going to the property where the building that was there was torn down. They had actually rendered the property as a community garden for people to come and, us to plant vegetation and things of that nature there. The property was stolen. Now that property is being illegally used against the zoning ordinance. There's 18-wheeler trucks that's parked there. There's people that are disregarding the public's best interest. The trucks are there idling 3, 4 in the morning. The property was basically stolen from one of the biggest long-standing church organizations in our community. Now here is an outside developer that came in to do a conversion. Very big house that they converted allegedly to a 2-family, but the house has rear entry doors. The house is enormous. And here we are purging a $26,000. Now, mind you, if it's legitimate, I don't have any issue with it. My issue is the balance and treatment. Here you have a long-standing organization in this community that has been a constant giver in the community, making sure that they made sacrifices relevant to the surrounding community, and this sitting corporation council refused to make sure we visited this item, made all kinds of excuses, and allowed this property to be stolen. I brought it to the council's attention. I could not gain council support. I brought it to corporation council's attention, to the mayor's attention. I've been fighting this battle throughout the entire time when Grace Chapel was mistreated in this fashion. And here we are for an outside agency just willing to bring it forward on a consent agenda, so nobody would even know that this item is being approved. So, listen, council members are they're gonna sustain their positions regardless of what. This effort that I take here in doing what I'm doing, it's not about convincing council members, because see, the true way in which we should interact, debate should bring about a thought process. And if you bring something to me that makes sense, I should be willing to change my position, but that's not how things work here. Most people come here with their minds already made up. They know how they're voting on items, and they're gonna vote in the affirmative for this without any recourse. And listen, I don't have an issue. I'm not really abreast on the specifications on how this thing, I'm somewhat knowledgeable on it. And, Mr. CFO, I'm just curious, for 1 year of what was outlined to me as an overage, where this owner, allegedly paid for their normal taxes, but they were billed in excess that they refused to pay, that was sold at a tax sale. In 1 year, how does a 1-family house accumulate in excess, above and beyond what their regular taxes is? How does a 1-family house accumulate $26,000 in taxes?
CFO, If you
Can you help me with the calculation, please, sir?
respond. It's clearly written in the reso, but if you can respond to Councilman Jackson, please.
It would have to be based on the assessment, Councilman. So based on the assessment, depending on the assessment, yes, it could be higher than $26,000, but it's based on the assessment of the property. If the property was assessed incorrectly, then yes, it could be more than $26,000.
Okay. So, I mean, before I come back to you, because that makes absolutely no sense, an average property of one family is assessed at an amount where $26,000 would be the...
No, an average property is about $9,000
$9,000 for one family.
for a
So,
one family, yes.
on average. So my question to you is, and the average of a two-family is what?
It doesn't really matter what the average could be.
Why would you give me an average of a one if it
No,
doesn't
because I'm
matter?
just telling you that it could be a two-family that's assessed, depending where the house is, it's assessed at 300. So the average
okay,
doesn't really apply
so we can
to
do the
one
math.
property.
We can do the math. If we're saying if the average house is assessed at 300, 26. If the average taxes on a one family is 9,000, that's relative to how much? What would the assessment be
For 26,000?
for 9?
For 9?
Yes,
The assessment would for $9,000?
correct.
191,400, somewhere around.
191,400. So what is the 26,000 is in excess of the 9, because the claim is they paid the regular tax bill. Let's just say it was rounded to 10, and 26,000 to the 9 would be $35,000. How many people in this city is paying $35,000 a year on a two-family house? It's not nowhere near what the assessment would be. And even at what's the current rate? 5.3, 5.4. What is it?
The rate this year would be 5.19.
5.19. So on a 191, yeah, 99. So even if we doubled that, if the assessed value was $400,000, it's still not going to be $37,000, $36,000. So how could the excess be $26,000 for 1 year?
Well, from what I see, this was assessed incorrectly. That's why it was overcharged.
It would have to have been assessed at $1 million in order for the taxes to be at $35,000, or...
Oh, yeah.
$750. So you're saying that the house was assessed at $750? Where's the assessment?
This is for 2 years, it looks like, 23 and 24. It's for 2 years.
Where's the assessment?
I can look it up for you. I'm not sure what the assessment is.
See, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, we're here voting on an item. Is this not your item? Did you not present this item?
It is a tax item, yes. It's a finance item, yes.
So did you present it to be placed on the agenda?
The tax collector does.
I'm sorry?
The
The
tax
tax
collector does.
assessor.
The tax assessor?
Wow.
The tax collector.
All right, well, whatever, man. I'm not going to leave.
Roll call, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President. Council
Councilman-
President.
So before we move on, I know Councilman Velez has some words. In the resolution, it's very clearly outlined. Sometimes there's a hit and miss in resolutions, but I'm not sure who wrote this resol, but it's very clearly written as to what happened. This was a property that obtained a building permit to convert this property from a single family into a two-family.
It's good.
There were some errors internally on our part. They were overcharged, and it has been signed off by legal and our tax assessor's office. It is, verbatim, dollars, amounts, how much was done, talks about COVID, all the reasons why there were issues with it, And that's what this is for.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
so.
Councilman
so-
Velez.
So look at this, right? The resolution says that, and whereas the homeowner took a permit in August 2019. I go to the property in 2012. Damn it, let me put 2014. It's the same property. 2018, same property. 2020, when they say the resolution because COVID. 2020, same property. They convert the property, the same structure, into two-family. There's no doubt that they only had to wait for PG&G to connect a meter to split the service. But I bet you that people was living there. So I don't know why the tax assessor, right? Let's trust that tax assessor went out and did the evaluation and noticed that the house was empty. But in this case, I know for a fact, based on the picture I'm seeing, that they only did is pull out permits, put the plans, how the house from one family could be two family, and split the hallways or the entrance and wait to PCG connect that. My question to CFO is, how many cases we got like this in Paterson? So from $389 that they saw the tax lien, it went up to $27,000. Now, let's make believe if I go to PCG and all those years, there had been consumption of power in that house. That means they collected rent. That means that they could pay their fair taxes. Now, if the house was burned down and they want to convert it to two-family, where it was a first family, then they could go to tax assessor, they make some adjustment for the land and the property is on loss or whatever. But this have to be, and I don't know who's the owner, because now everything is LLC. But looking at the past pictures, looking at what we have now, and looking at that, okay, he sit back. Now, this is a preview, an example that I hope the TV lands watch it, that a lot of people is going to take as an example. As an example. Based on the permit, I don't get the permits, I don't get the connection to light, bill, whatever. Let me go to the tax assessor and say, let me stop paying my taxes. They go to a lien, they go back and refund them whatever money is. We need to do better, CFO. Trust me. And anything that had to be with finance falls in your on your responsibility.
Council
Thank you,
President.
Council President.
Roll call.
Council President.
Before
You got
Councilman Mendez and Councilman Udine, this item has nothing to do with public service, nothing at all.
It says a resolution
The
that
item-
it came into, they
Councilman
connect
Velez,
the
you have the
power.
floor.
It says right there.
I have the floor, Councilman Velez, you have the floor. It is clearly written that this property was overcharged. I would hate to see any of you sitting in the audience or watching. There's an error made on you're trying to do work on your house. The tax assessors see there was an error. Now you need to get your money back. That's what this is. There was an error made. They put in a permit. They couldn't complete the work on time. COVID happened. Everyone knows during COVID, things got delayed. Work was delayed. Materials were delayed. It is all written here. It's not something I'm saying. I don't even know who the property owner is. I'm going by what is written. These type of items come through this council all the time. We're overcharging, overpayments. They tell us what it is. They sign off. And then you have to vote yes or no. For me, as someone, if I were in this predicament, and I'm sure if you were too, you're trying to get your money returned. There was an error made. You were overcharged. That's what this item is for. Councilman Mendez? Councilman Udine, I didn't hear you.
Thank you, Council President. So I understand, Council President, what you're stating, but at the same time, you should understand that we are not just speaking about this one property. There may be similar examples, multiples out there. This is a concern. That's why we need to speak about it. Like, yes, so, Mr. CFO, we're looking at the pictures when Councilman Velez searched, and exactly same here. if we take a look at the structures, if structures pretty much the similar or same, I would say since 2018 to until now, it's pretty much same two family structures there. I understand the renovation and the work permit and everything they requested and changed, but when you were saying the work, the assessment was done in 2021 by assessor. Was it in person? Like they went there in person to take pictures of the property? How was it done?
CFO?
I don't have that answer for you.
Wasn't it, if I recall, that was in person, they visited the property, took pictures. They tried to not, go inside. If they don't give access, they can take picture and make the assessment.
No, that was in, I don't remember when we did, that was in 2015, then, or 2016. Then we did reassessments, but in reassessments, they didn't go to every property.
So what I'm trying to state here that when the assessment was done in 2021, they definitely did not go to the community improvement and find out who applied for converting one family to two families. They definitely made some kind of assessment, whether in-person visit, took pictures, or Google Map, whatever the method they have used, they definitely did it. They did not go through the assessment through the application process, or someone applied in 2019 to convert from one family to two families, and that's how they did not make the assumption that, oh, it's already turned to two families. Now, there are two factors that actually my concern. Now, the work might have delayed that. I understand the epidemic of the pandemic of COVID-19, but as Director Gilmore sitting here, and this is a regular concern, sometimes people extending buildings, no CO is applied, they're using the building until they get caught. Now, if we just go through like this, work might have done, someone applied for a certificate of occupancy in 2022 and claiming, actually 22, March 23rd, 2022. But isn't it kind of encouragement for the others that, oh, don't apply for a CO until the last minute so that you don't have to pay for the taxes that you are supposed to? That's all my concern. I'm not actually against this property. If someone needs to get paid, they're overpaid, they need to get their money back. That's 100%. But it's at the same time encouragement that convert your property, don't go for CO, use it until you get caught, and go for CO, and then say that, oh, I did not finish my work until then give my money back. Do you understand what I'm trying to say now?
Yes,
Mr.
Councilman.
CFO?
That's all I'm trying to say. And if this is the case, and if we use this measurement as an encouragement, how much money the city has to lose, and how much, what's happening in our city, especially with the matter of property conversion and improvement, we have to see and face a lot of irregularities. So you have to keep this in mind before we just move forward blindly. This is everything stated. Yes, everything is stated there. It does not mean we have to support it because it's stated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr.
Councilman
CFO.
Mendez?
Thank you, Council President. And taking in consideration that if we go back on the last assessment that we tried to do citywide, there was a lot of mistakes. There was a lot of problem with that. So with the last assessment, a lot of questions, a lot of property. They never assessed a lot of the property, and they put some estimated value in the property. And knowing, I understand that based on the tax assessor's office, there was a mistake. But if we look at the property, the structure of the property has been the same, from 2018 all the way to the moment. I think there's a lot of question, and the only person that could bring clarity will be the tax assessor office. And I would love to see Rich Amara here, because we could take this case as a case study to get more education, since we're going through a reassessment citywide at this time right now. I would recommend this item to be tabled and send it back to workshop, and invite Rich Amara, our tax assessor office, and he will be very, very a key person to bring some clarity and inform the community on this matter. So I would recommend this item to go back to workshop at the next
Are you
meeting.
making a motion on the floor?
I'm making a motion on the floor to
So-
remove this item.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and second.
Second.
Just for clarity, there's a motion in 2 seconds. Motion by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Jackson. Councilman Udine, if anyone disagrees with the motion, the item stays on. Madam Clerk, roll call. Yes to table, no, not to table.
Roll call on item number 17
To table it.
to table. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
No.
Councilman Jackson?
Point of order, Madam Clerk. So for a point of clarity,
We're in a vote, we're voting right now.
Right.
No point of order.
but if Council President stated that it had to be a unanimous vote in order for it to be removed, and you already voted no, what's the point of going through roll
No,
call?
a majority vote. I didn't mean to say majority vote in order for it to happen. Majority
You
vote.
got one fail. You got one
Very
vote.
good.
No, majority vote.
Oh, my God. To table?
So, thank you, Madam Clerk. So,
To add?
here's a bit of my concern. First of all, it's called being responsible.
Move it forward. That's
You can't cherry pick and be responsible at certain times. And, with all due respect, Council President, you said that this item is only, just a purge and it has everything to do with the tax office and the mistakes, and I would agree with you. But I would have hoped that not just you, but this council would have had the same concern when Grace Chapel's property was stolen from them. And that's my biggest issue. That's why I'm hanging my hat on today, because we have selective. In fact, I think I just saw this on is it Brother Gilmore's post? The hookups and selective enforcement has placed Paterson in a downward spiral in spite of the positive narratives chanted. Brother Gilmore, you couldn't have said it better. I hope you're going to repeat it tonight. We're hooking up some and holding others to a different standard. We're willing to do something for some and not willing to do it for all. Now, Councilman Udine, see, you got to understand the process. And no one can ever challenge me on the process, because you're absolutely correct. There may be an issue where people are withholding their final inspections for the certificate of occupancy to delay paying, but we had the measure come before us where UCC is looking to build out that department based on the revenue that's being generated, but this council has been irresponsible in allowing the mayor to take that money, utilize it in the general budget. So when you have departments like Mr. Gilmore's that's being shorted on staff, this city has more houses going up all over the place, and for us not to have a fully manned, forget hiring extra people to do some of the extra work. We don't even have fully manned departments. And we're expecting that the residents should understand the process. You're an elected official. You don't even clearly understand the process. Most people won't understand what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, how things should be done. So yes, the enforcement is a necessity. But when you have selected enforcement and then some people held to different standards, because, this type of stuff is going on all over the place. And lastly, I'll just say, this absolutely does have everything to do with the PSE&G portion of the matter, because in order to get a certificate of occupancy, first you have to get a permit for plumbing. You have to do those pre-plumbing inspections. They have to come test the lines. Then PSE&G you got to get a cutting card to get a new meter. Then they come and put the new meter in. Then only after that point can you get a certificate of occupancy, which we sat here and argued the other day, which the director came forward with all those members in that department saying that we don't need to have certificate of occupancies. Well, how are you going to find out if people are putting illegal basements in these places? And then to look at the house from 1985, you can go back to 1950, because they did not change the exterior structure of the house. They gutted it, they reformed the interior. But if you look at the outside, they have now 3 lights there. You have, multiple meters there, so you know that the house is being utilized for more than what it's being, described as. But how can we hold people accountable if we're not holding people accountable? The administration is lacking in those areas, and they don't even care to go out to do it. All they're looking to do is collect more money and spend more money. So I'm in favor, because I would love to see Mr. Mora, who never goes out for assessments. What do we do there? We hire consultants, third-party consultants, to go out and we spend more money on, and then Councilman Mendez says, oh, they did a horrible job, but we still paid them. We still paid him, and I was under his leadership as council president. We still paid him. We still didn't hold them accountable for making sure those assessments was done properly. But here we are years later dealing with it, and now we're refunding someone. Someone was right. How many of these are happening, and how many more people are going to come forward for reimbursements? My vote is yes to table for a later date, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, it was not Richard Mara that did the assessment. We hired a company, and the company is being approved by this municipal council. That company is in charge to do the assessment. A lot of things went wrong. They have people that didn't know our community, didn't know the city of Paterson, and it was hard. It was really hard. But that's part of the past. The reason why I put a motion to table is because we have to protect our finance. Every dollar counts, and I've been saying this for many years in this council. When you have a budget, when you're running a city is like running a business. There's no different. You have a budget, and you have to provide services. There's no different. So every dollar is important, and I would love to see our tax assessor office, that way he could educate and let us know if there's if we have other example and other cases like this, And I'm going to say this: a lot of people they talk about the developers, people are building. Yes, but you have any idea how it is to go through the process of getting a final inspection in the city of Paterson? You have to pray to get somebody on time to do the inspection. So it goes both ways. There's a lot of work to be done, and every time we talk about that department, I always say that we're leaving a lot of money on the table on that department. If we get that department on track, the finance that we're getting, the money that we're getting from that department will be incredible, and everything will be running way much better in the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
So this resolution is to correct our wrongdoing, right? My vote is no. Oh, well, someone's wrongdoing. My vote is no.
No? Okay, thank you. Councilman Udine.
So yes, as I have mentioned before, this is one of the resolution. We are not just targeting just one particular properties. We need to see what other else coming up, and also clear idea that was was exactly happened to this. So I think we need detailed discussion on this matter. With that, I want to see this in the table back. I'm supporting it. My vote is yes.
Yes. Okay. Councilman Velez.
So, reading a little bit deep into the memorandum of the confidential litigation attorney work product, there's a memo in the back, right? It says cannot be disclosed unless corporate counsel, you authorize this to be public, first of all?
Corporation Counsel.
The memorandum in the back that says memorandum?
We're in the middle of voting, Councilman Velez.
Oh, yeah, no.
So
I'm
he
sorry.
cannot
Okay,
respond.
so based on that, this is an opinion from the tax collector, not the tax assessment office. Big difference here. The tax collector is one thing, and the tax assessor is another thing. So the recommendation did not came from the tax assessor. It came from the tax collector. So judging the picture that I see here, and I will, Mr. BA, in my statement, I will recommend an inspector go to this property because I'm looking at the picture. It don't have a curb cut for driveway, and return to two-family. I don't know. It had to be inspected who approved that driveway, who approved all that stuff in that house. And I don't know who's the owner, but we cannot be selective enforcement like Mr. Gilmore always said. What it worked for one people, it should work for others. So saying that, I will vote yes to table to get the tax assessor to look into the real assessment of the property and tax it the right way for everyone in the city of Paterson.
Council-
My vote is yes to table.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes, so to the owner who is watching in this property, I will give you a call on tomorrow. Your item is delayed based on the fact that it was requested to be tabled and moved off the agenda. My vote is...
Council President, why you
my
have to
vote-
give a call to the owner?
They're watching.
I know,
So,
that's-
Madam Clerk, I'm voting.
Oh, okay,
You're out of
okay,
order.
got you.
My vote is no to table, Madam Clerk.
Oh, no.
You voted yes to table.
Yes for table.
Right, I'm
And-
voting.
and-
She has
and-
to call. Councilman Velez,
No, you-
point of order. I voted no to table. Madam Clerk has to call the votes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. I want the floor after this.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, the votes are four in favor, 2 against, 2 absent. This item is tabled to the workshop session of October 14th at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 18, Madam Clerk.
Council President?
Council President.
Point of order.
Councilman Jackson, and then Councilman Velez.
Well, I'll yield to Councilman Velez.
Councilman Velez?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something, Council President. When you say the owner is watching, no, because for me, I'm watching the paper, and the paper is looking at me. So when I say in the statement, I don't know, and then it's like saying, I will call you tomorrow to let you know. We don't know who's the owner. This is 702 East 23 Realty LLC. LLC. I normally don't know the LLC owners, but I just want to clear up the air. If I come and something is tabled, and I said in public, sir, I will call you tomorrow, people's going to think out there that I got a special treatment with that person. It's perception. I just want to caution you, Council President, because of perception.
So, Councilman Velez, let me say this. There's many times from the dais, people have said things against certain individuals that you are directly connected to, and you have defended them, almost got into a debate and a battle with these people over things they've said about certain people. I said these people, when you have items on the agenda, it has nothing to do with you knowing anyone. People know their items are on the agenda. The tax assessor's office tell them your item is on the agenda for vote on such and such a date. They are watching the meeting. You're acting like I know someone personally. Everyone is watching the meeting. They watch our meetings from Virginia, Washington, everywhere. They are watching. They were told by the tax office that the item would be voted on tonight. That has nothing to do with Council President Mims. Is always told. We get calls, the clerk's office secretary, after these items the very next day. It is nothing new. I am sure you get calls as well when things are on the agenda. We have nothing, no direct, I don't know who these people are, but we know that people call all the time into the office, Councilman Velez. So I'm not sure what you're insinuating, but we should.
No, I ain't insinuating nothing.
We should,
With all respect,
you were
Council
insinuating.
President, to you.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Jackson.
Council President, with all due honesty, I mean, I have the same concern. I think that you making it public that you would call this person tomorrow, I mean, I'm going to make an assumption, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that they're not a Paterson resident. This is someone who's invested in a multifamily home. For you to then signal that, you know, it's not on, you'll call them tomorrow, it leaves an impression that this item is one that you had something to do with it being on the agenda. And further, for it being placed by you on consent without us having thorough conversation on this item during workshop. So it does leave some, you know, measure of cloud on how this, you know, city business is being handled. Now, I'm not making any accusations. I'm just talking about the code of conduct and how this council should be responding, because relative to the code, the manner in which how these items are supposed to be handled is supposed to be handled solely through the administration. The administration should have come here with a full presentation. It seemed as if you have more knowledge on the item than the CFO does. He stated clearly on multiple occasions that he doesn't know anything, he doesn't know about it. I asked him was it his item? Yeah, it came from his department. And, you seem to have more details on the item. So I would, unfortunately have to, I don't even understand how I'm going to agree with Velez multiple times in the evening, but I would have no choice but to agree with him that the way the council should be doing, especially when it comes to anything financial. Anything financial, if there's a finance refund or something, to do with that, it lends, a bit of a concern on my part on how that was handled.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. To that note, I'm glad it's an assumption and it's not a fact. There's a difference. You're assuming, it is not a fact. I don't put any items on the agenda. The items come to this council based on administration or various department heads. It is then vetted through various committees here. People can call and request what their items are. Different offices call because the entities that are here reach out to the departments to identify where their items are, where do they stand. They let them know where they are. I don't know these individuals, and I'm glad you're assuming and you're not talking facts.
How would you say you're going to call them if you don't know?
Just as you talk facts, the same we just insinuated in regards to another issue. So to the community at large that is watching, and to the public that is waiting to speak, we have various items. And now, at this point, we're going to move on, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Right after Councilman Mendez, we'll move on to item number 18. Councilman Mendez?
Sure, thank you, Council President, and I will be brief. I think, when we remove, and the reason why I made the recommendation to remove the item is because when it comes to finance, it's always important to ask questions, and there's nothing wrong by sending an item back to the workshop. It doesn't mean that listen, it's always positive for us and for the city as well. If there is a mistake, and the reason why I request Richard Mara is because right now we go into a reassessment citywide, and there's a lot of questions. A lot of people have a lot of concerns that they don't know, and some of them are wrong. A lot of people believe that the tax rate is going to stay at 5.09, and when that is not correct, it's going to change. So that's the reason why I send it back. So it's nothing wrong, council members. I think we should move forward.
Yes, I agree.
Council President.
Item number 18, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Item number 18, Madam
No,
Clerk.
in the rules of debate, I do get to ask for the floor a second time.
And
in the rules of debate, I'm entitled to have the floor a second time.
You have spoken.
Point of order, Council President. In the
Item
rules of debate, according to Robert Rules of Order, I have the
That is
right and
incorrect.
privilege to ask for the floor a second time. Madam
You
Clerk,
can only be
please-
granted the floor if you're given by the Council President.
But in
You
the
have
rules of
spoken,
debate,
Council
I have the
President.
privilege to
We're not
ask
in
for
a
the
debate.
floor in a
We're
second
not-
for a second time.
Item number 18, Madam Clerk. Item number 18.
Madam Clerk, can you please clarify? I
Item
call
number
point of
18.
order, and she just believes she can skip past
Item number
that.
18, Madam Clerk.
You stated many things that you said was factual.
Point of
you
order-
said you don't
point
place
of order
items on the
is
agenda.
only
So who
acknowledged-
placed this item on the consent agenda?
Item-
If you don't
items-
place things on the agenda, who placed it on the consent agenda?
Madam Clerk.
Then Councilman
item number
Mendez just
18.
talked about relative to finance items, we should have oversight. If I wouldn't have asked for this item to be pulled off consent, it would have just gone through without any oversight.
Item
So
number 18,
if you
Madam
didn't have
Clerk.
anything to do with this item, Council President, with all due respect, at the very least, you should have never placed this item on consent.
Thank you for your
You should have brought it to the
insinuation.
public's attention and allowed us the opportunity to have this item expressed and explained by the CFO.
Madam Clerk,
to
item
say you
number-
had nothing to do with it is a lie.
This item
And you
has been
saying that was a
presented
fact.
before.
When you're the Council President,
Thank you,
no
Coun-
items
You're
make it
out
to
of
the
order,
agenda
Councilman
without
Jackson.
your
Item number
consent and approval.
18. Item number 18, Madam Clerk.
And now you want to callously move past it and mislead the public. You just
Item number
stated
18.
multiple times that it's a fact that you didn't have anything to do with it.
Item number 18,
You placed
Madam
it on the
Clerk.
consent agenda.
Item number 18, Madam Clerk. Your mic.
Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing tax collector to conduct electronic tax sale. It's a finance item, resolution number 25:444.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Udine. Is there a second? Second by Council President.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Udine.
So, CFO, this resolution about going to the tax sale to the electronic process. My question is it going to be all these sales going to be automatically by electronic process, or you can pick and choose which one going to be electronic and which one going to be in person?
It's all electronic.
CFO.
It's solely electronic.
Yeah.
So just for the record, I want to state one more time, I am totally in support of electronic sales to make sure that it's fair, absolutely. But I don't want to see that some of the properties going in person auction, some of them going electronics. That should not take place. So since you said solely electronic, which is okay. All right, thank you. I got my
Council
answer.
President.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, Mr. CFO. Can you just explain to the community and the resident what is a tax sale? What is the process of a electronic tax sale? That's number one. Number two, all those taxes that we're selling, do we send notice to everybody that are involved in this list? Everybody have notice?
So the process.
CFO.
Okay, so can you explain the process just for the viewer to understand what is a tax sale, electronic tax sale mean, and how we do it?
CFO.
So the process is anybody that owes 2024 taxes or sewer goes into a tax sale. It gets published in the newspaper twice, and then we'll have the tax sale probably the first week of December. If you have a standing balance, it gets sold that day, and then if your taxes get sold, it gets sold at an 18% taxes.
Okay, thank you. Now, to the members of the community, this is the reason why I asked the CFO to explain this, because if you owe taxes, you could come and double check. We have a lot of senior in the city of Paterson that sometimes they live by themselves, and it's hard for them to keep track. Look, check with the city if you owe taxes, because once they sell you taxes, you're gonna have to pay 18% on top of. So, and it's a process that is being used by any municipality. There's no difference between Paterson and Newark, just city, or any municipality. But please double check that you don't own any taxes. That way you don't pay those 18% taxes on top. And the city of Paterson has a legislation, a law, that after 2 years, they could do a foreclosure in your property. That's something that our resident, our senior, our homeowner need to know. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 18 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Having full confidence in the tax collector and understanding that she's grossly understaffed in that office as well, which the administration is utilizing these cuts in staffing to balance the budget, of which we are going to have some challenges in meeting. But still understanding that the taxes need to be tax sale needs to happen. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
Yes.
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 Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez. Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Item number 19, Madam Clerk.
Item number 19. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing an amount of tax sale fees charged to delinquent properties due to tax sales. Finance item, resolution number 25:445.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Can we get an outline of this item, please?
It's not 19.
There's a fee associated with the tax sale. This is to charge each individual line, each individual person that has an open balance, that fee,
What is the fee?
$25.
$25 per delinquent tax bill, or $25 for the overall?
$25 per the notice per delinquent.
Huh? Per delinquency.
Yep.
So what is the total bill?
50?
I'm sorry? What is the total bill for the fee for the process?
19.
I do not know.
Passed.
Oh, man. It's unsettling, like how many things. So we can just, depending upon how many delinquencies there are, this person can make up to a range of however much. If there's 1,000 and it's $25,000 fee. On average, how many delinquencies are auctioned?
On average, if I remember correctly, I want to say last year we had about maybe like 100, maybe a little bit under 100.
100. So there is no flat fee. Their fee is just based, or is there a flat fee in addition to this?
No, there's the fee associated with it.
Is there a contract?
This is a fee for
For the auctioneer, correct?
no,
For whom?
no. This is a fee to send the notices out, to put them on the paper, everything related to that.
To send notices, $25 to send a mailing? So,
For multiple notices, for the bills being sent out, yes.
Right. That different.
all right, whatever.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez?
Mr. CFO, can you just explain like clearly, this process is, so we charge $25 every time we send a notice to the person that owns or have the debt with the city and tax it, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we voted for. Just plain and simple. If I own taxes to the city, I have one on my property, if I have a lien and I come here to the first floor, they will charge me $25 to send me the notice to create the total amount of bill that I own. It's being used for years, so I don't know, like something very simple. You could straightforward let people know, listen, it's $25 for the process, and we send two notice before the sale. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman
Council
Velez?
President, yeah, Mr. CFO, how are you today? Good. All right. So, Mr. CFO, this is a new fee that we including?
No, we do this every year.
Oh, we do this every year. It says here notice, but they don't get a tax card, a bill, whatever, and in the bottom they say if they delinquent or not.
Do they get a separate tax bill?
When they say the tax bill, in the bottom of the tax bill, they don't put a notice in red, delinquent or whatever? Already?
If you're delinquent, yes.
Okay, so if they already do that initially, but then you're gonna send another notice, 25, another notice, 25, and they already got the notice in that delinquent notice on the last tax bill, whatever it is.
I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, you just stated now that yes, they receive a notice in the tax bill if they are delinquent.
For tax.
And we also send
And they
delinquent
already
notices
advised
throughout the year.
that they are delinquent, right? Correct. But now to reinforce that notice, you're gonna send it twice,
To start, yes.
and then it's gonna be 25 each.
And it gets published on the paper.
No. This is,
Council
What?
President,
That's what I'm
you're right.
saying.
Very quick, very quick.
no, what? So if you're late on your taxes,
It
it
will
will
say.
show on the bill.
Correct.
What this process is when people are in jeopardy of getting a lien on the property. This is
When
a
they-
totally separate process. So the card will always show if someone has not paid their taxes, but this process is about the tax lien.
Okay, so here we go again. Now, before you send that notice, don't you have to come to the council to authorize tax sales?
This is what we just did. We authorized the tax sale.
That was number 18.
So,
Oh, the one before? No, the one before is to do it electronically.
It's nothing to do with.
What?
To do it electronically.
It's an electronic tax sale.
No, it says resolution authorizing tax collector to conduct electronic tax sales.
Right,
Electronic.
that is of all the properties that are in jeopardy of going to lien.
Yeah,
You
but in
just
the
voted yes
past,
on it.
Council President, in the past, they come to the council and say, we have this amount of tax to collect, and we have to approve if we want to do or not. They used to put a list in the back, and then they go to the process to sell it, electronically or in person. Don't you have to come to the council to submit a list of delinquent tax to get approved by the council to go and sell it?
CFO?
I can provide the list for you once we run it, yes.
And that's why I was downstairs, and that's why I was going to see if I vote yes or no, because in the past, every resolution regarding tax, there was a list attached to it. And we look into it and say, oh, hold on, why are churches there? Oh, why nonprofits is there? Or why this? So right now, they voted in a blank paper that we don't know who you're going to tax collect right now. So now you're going to submit that list to me, right?
He's talking about the previous item.
Councilman Velez, you just voted on it. You voted yes.
No,
You
I
didn't have
vote
the
on this.
issues.
No, if I may,
when
Council.
we approved, we just voted on the conducting of the electronic tax sale. All of that will be a part of that. You just voted yes. Now this item is saying we're authorizing the amount of the fees, the $25 to send the information out. You just voted in the last item.
No, I
So-
didn't vote on the 18, on the one on 18. I was outside, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so he's saying, because we're now on 19.
My
One second,
understanding, my
one
Council
second,
President,
Councilman Velez.
my understanding
Just
on
one
18
second.
is that you
Councilman
authorize it to do
Velez,
electronically.
Councilman Velez, 1 second. The CFO is stating he will send you that information, even though you were outside, we didn't vote. He will send you the information that was just previously approved from 18. We are now on 19.
So, Council President, resolution authorizing tax collected to conduct electronic tax is the process that they're going to use to sell the taxes.
It's the same.
With our
It's the same
list.
thing. It's the same thing.
With our list.
Council President?
Because it's electronic. It used to be manual.
Okay.
We upgraded the system.
CFO, I want to see that list before they, when they're
Yes.
going to put it for sale?
CFO,
Second week of December.
second week of December.
December, okay, so from that point out, you give me that list, okay?
Thank you. Councilman Mendez and then Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, and this is brief. Those two notices, the difference with this is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CFO, when we send those notices, that is a specific, have nothing to do with the amount of the tax bill, because we're including the 18% that they have to pay. That's the final notice of the total amount that they have to pay to get off the lien. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's the only difference, Council Cali. So if I have a tax lien on the property, before they sell it, they're gonna send me a notice, but that's a specific notice, adding the 18% number on the bill. So whether I choose, if I want to get off the lien, and so I have the total amount that I have to pay, and I have a time window on that letter. That's what this document means before we getting into the tax sale. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
So I'll be very brief, because matter of fact, we can probably just go to roll call, I'll explain it then. But we don't need a description of what it is. The problem is this. What the city has a gross habit of doing is contracting out and paying astronomical bills for simple services that we already do. So to Councilman Velez's point, we already send out a tax bill. That's done internally. We don't hire a third-party company to do a mailer. To send a piece of mail out costs what, 50 cents? How much does it cost to send a letter, $1? But we're charging the company's charging $25 to send out 2 correspondences, or possibly one done electronically. What we should make sure we're doing, if we're hiring a third-party company, let them give us a flat bill so we know what we're spending. But no, we're going to let them make a determination based upon what happens during that year. There's 25,000 taxpayers. If it happens to be 2,500 items that they have to send out, we're already mailing out 25,000. If he's saying it's only 100, why do we have to pay an outside vendor to mail out 100 notices? This is what I'm talking about. Irresponsible governance. So we sub everything out. We hire these contractors to come in here and make money on us. Bad enough we hiring a third-party auctioneer, but now we're paying another company an undisclosed amount of money in which the CFO doesn't even know how much the bill is. It's a stark difference, and that's called responsible budgeting. When you go to sign on a dotted line to pay someone, you should know how much that is going to be. We shouldn't be placing these items on consent and we don't understand how much the bill is and then say, oh, we do this every year. And every year, we end up in the same space with a negative grade and still poor performance from that department and the council not holding them accountable. All right, we can vote. Let's
Roll call, Madam Clerk. On item 19.
Roll call on item number 19 for adoption. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Omar. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Item number 31, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Item number 31. It's a resolution authorizing contract extension and Reworld Waste LLC for 2 months for the disposal of all solid waste types. Option 1 bid, 20.31 for the Department of Public Works. This is a Public Works item, resolution number 25:458.
Council President, I'm sorry, before you said 31.
31.
That's not.
That's 30,
This is
okay.
resolution authorizing rejection
For the-
of all bids.
For
My-
the Eastside Park Tennis Courts. Is that what
Okay,
you're
my
right, Madam Clerk?
apologies.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure because I was reading something
Yeah.
else.
Yes.
So-
Okay, item number 31, resolution authorizing rejection of all bids for the Eastside Park Tennis Court repairs, bid number 25.26 for the Engineering Division of the Department of Public Works. Public Works item, resolution number 25:457.
So move.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Udine.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President. I'm very glad that, Director, we rejected those bids because the one bid was for $238,300 and another bid was for $261,000. So I remember in the beginning of the reconstruction of Eastside Park Tennis Court, we allocate $500,000. When we complete the project, we have left around $135,000 for the lighting of the tennis court. But I understand that something went wrong with the fence. The company that built the tennis court didn't put the fence the right way. There was a gap there. Why specifically? What is the bid that they charging us more than $250,000?
This was going to be for resurfacing, fixing so that the balls won't go out of the unleveled area at the end of the court, and they'll put the anchors on the nets. This is what this was for. That's why I rejected. It was way over what we anticipated, and this is why we rejecting the bids.
So, Director, so we're talking about that we're going to do a resurfacing again?
No, we're not. No, we're
No,
going
but
away
the
from that.
surrounding area, because it's just different. That's what
Yeah.
that's what you're telling me. So what about the company that did the work? So they don't have any responsibility on this
No,
job that
they
did?
did the job according to the specs that was given to them at the time.
Wow.
Council President.
It's going to be hard. So what are we planning to do? I know we have $135,000 left for the lighting,
That the lights are still going up. The lights are still going up. The material.
but that's
should be,
not included in this.
No, this is separate and apart from that. The lights are still going up. They hopefully by the end of this year they'll be in. The company does have the product in their yard, and they're just waiting for a start date.
I think one of the biggest mistakes that we did on this project, Director, was that we didn't include somebody with an expert in tennis, on that sport. I'm not an expert. That's the first tennis court that I see with the angle at the end.
It's
It
only
didn't
on
make
one
sense.
side. Yeah, it's only on the one side that it drops off like that. So
I think it's all the way around. It's on both sides where they're playing. And the fence also as well is included here because the fence has to go all the way down.
Yeah, that would have been to re-fence it, to resurface the whole thing, to anchor the net so it's playable for competition. It just came back too much.
Wow, okay.
Council President.
So we're rejecting the bid. We don't know exactly how much we're going to pay for that job.
No, we're discussing now what to do to fix what's there now instead of doing the whole resurface stuff.
Can we do that job in-house? Are we capable to do that in-house?
That's a special
Because-
kind of, that's a special kind of asphalt that's on top of that tennis court. And to drill and stuff like that, we don't have the equipment or the expertise to do that.
Because all we have to do is Council Cali, we have to level at the end, we have to just level the field, that's it. And by that time, the fence is gonna hit it. I don't know. I don't even know.
I wish it was that. We would have been
Now,
done
but
already.
listen, we pay way too much money. I mean, it's beautiful now. Paying more money for Eastside Park Tennis Court, it's just bad. I mean, it's just horrible. Let's see how much we're gonna spend on that, but we really gotta look into.
Councilman.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. This is a testament that you always was requesting a project manager
Yes.
to avoid all this, but it brings me something right away. Every project that government perform with government money, contractors have to have a performance bond. That means that if something goes wrong, that bond will cover any repair or go back to the project and correct it. Like, for example, every street that we pave in the city of Paterson have to have a performance bond. If something goes wrong that they expected, that performance bond will cover whatever they had to do. Now, to the legal department, there was a high bidder and low bidder in this. What was the malfunction to request to reject all the bids? It was a high and low. Now, if there's a high and low, still there's a low one. There's a low bidder. We rejected even the low bidder.
Yeah.
Now, the scope of work was given to them, and based on that scope of work, they bid. So, what legality we have that they don't come back after us? They say, listen, no matter what, is the low bidder.
We still have
So
to.
are you, one sec, are you referring that question to the Corporation Counsel or the Director?
In one part, yes, that we don't want the low bidder come after us saying, listen, I'm the low bidder.
So Corporation Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So thank you, Councilman Velez, for that inquiry. As the resolution makes clear and in accordance with our QPA, even the lowest bid exceeded the amount allocated for this project. So on that basis, they're disqualifying it and are permitted to do so.
So in this project, you knew that you only had, like for example, $150,000, but they came higher. That's why you...
Yes.
Okay. Oh, so the money allocated was lower
Yes.
and they went higher. Okay, that's why. Okay. All right.
Council President?
Councilman Udine?
Simple question. So let's say after rejecting today, if we go for bid one more time, can these two participants participate again?
Oh, yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Any contractor
Anybody
can bid
can?
on it.
Got it.
The Council President,
Councilman Velez?
what makes a little bit questionable is the amount, the Council President, through the Mr. Director, Do you publish how much money you have for this project?
No,
Okay, don't do so.
we never do.
Okay. But now, did you give him doing this is an
I didn't give
idea?
him, you said a number, I didn't say a number.
No, I didn't say the amount.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Well, what amount what I say?
You said 150.
No, I didn't say 150.
Okay.
I say, let's make believe that you had only
still-
150.
But you said a number, I didn't say a number.
No, let's make believe.
No rebuttal with the Councilman
So,
Velez.
no, we could rebut, okay? So there's an amount of money for that project.
Yes.
And this one came too high based on that project.
Yes.
Now, how we could make responsible and accountable the contractor in the past if they are bond and secure and everything for that project?
The contract that did the original project, they finished the project according to the specs that were given to them at the time.
So they correct the?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
Director, my only question is,
Yes.
the anchors that are required for the nets, wouldn't that be a standard in putting the nets up to begin with?
Yeah, we learned a lot from this tennis court, Councilman Jackson. We after the fact, we found out that should have been the standard, and that was a fault on ours.
So the company that we hired to do the job, they didn't have any experience in building tennis courts?
They've done tennis courts before.
And they weren't aware that the anchors was a requirement in order to have scholastic play?
I couldn't give you the detail of that conversation. I would.
All right, so Corporation Counsel, couldn't there be a measure of responsibility or a legal action that the city could take if we hire a vendor specifically for their expertise in putting forward a facility, a playing facility that they know that's supposed to be utilized for scholastic competition, and they provide a playing surface that's inadequate that we can't participate? Should we not be pursuing some type of recourse from the vendor to make them come back and do whatever needs to be done relative to the anchors without us incurring any additional costs?
Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that inquiry. So there might be an opportunity to pursue this vendor if they did not comply with their contractual obligations and the bid specs. Whether or not the job that they did comports with that and with the customary craftsmanship of a similar type of playground, that's a discussion that I'll have to have with the director of DPW. And based on that input, we may very well pursue legal action against them.
But I mean, you know, that's something that we have to look for in advance. I'm sure the bid specs didn't say we're going to place 4-inch aluminum tubing at 30 feet apart to install a net at 3.5 feet high, whatever those specifications are. I'm sure the bid specs must have outlined installation of 3, 4, 2 tennis court nets. And with that being said, the anchors, I mean, it just makes common sense to me. I'm not sure how it's being looked upon from the legal department, but I'm sure it wasn't outlined detail by detail that the net needs to be X amount of height and the square should be, you know, so it would be very strange to me that they would do a job for another municipality or any place for that nature that has to do directly with the expertise of a tennis court to be installed, and then elements that's required in order to be able to have competition is excluded. I mean, at the very least, I think before we even bring this back to bid, we should just have a friendly conversation, say, hey, you didn't install, or was that conversation had already? And they just denied.
What, before this bid?
Before we went back out to cure.
With the previous contract, no, we didn't have it. I haven't had that conversation with them. I got asked my engineer, but I haven't had that conversation with the company.
Okay, so, I mean, it's a suggestion.
Thank
Council
you.
President.
Councilman Mendez.
Council President, Councilman Jackson, I agree with you 100%. I think, in my opinion, we should go after the contractor director. It's clearly that based on all the mistake this company, what they did on this project, it's very obvious and clear that they don't have experience building tennis court. It's my first time in my entire life that I see a tennis court with the with the design that they put on the floor, on the ground, and also all the missing part. I think we should go after the contractor because we already spent a lot of money. We allocate $500,000 for Eastside Park Tennis Court. We have $130,000+ that we have to utilize it on the new lighting that we have, LED light. That way our youth and residents could play tennis. When the suns go down, they could still utilize the tennis court. And that's all I'm concentrated. But spending more money on that tennis court, I would definitely say no. We got to go, and our corporation council, we need your help on this because obviously there's a lot of mistake on this construction, and we got to go after him. We paid top dollar for this renovation. So they have to respond to the city, and they got to fix what's wrong. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, this will be a good question for Director. Director, any chance this is the same company that's doing School 25 tennis court?
The same company?
Director.
Same company?
What, the company that's bidding on this?
The one, no. The one that performed the repairs on East Side is the same company that did the
No.
25?
No, two different.
I don't know if it's the same, different name. Is it the same?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
No?
I know.
Okay, I just want to know, yeah.
I'll get that information for you tomorrow.
Yeah, please, thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 31 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think it's a matter of a very simple conversation, just informing them of what wasn't done before we look to take legal action and cost the city even more money that we are in courts, because we've been accustomed to losing a lot of money in courts, especially lately. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm just going to add that it was a different company that built School 25. I was at the ribbon cutting because I approved both projects, and I worked really hard for Eastside Park. If you see, Eastside Park is renovated completely. Tennis court, playground, roller ring, everything is totally brand new. But with this, that company have to come back and do the job right, correctly. It looked like they have no experience in building tennis court, and by us spending over close to $250,000 to fix the tennis court, when we already spent around over $350,000, absolutely not. My vote is just to reject the bid, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I will recommend in the future any scope of work or renders be here before any approval, because renders and pictures looks different. When we go back there, it's different. LA, yes.
Is that your vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
I was
Council
watching
President.
her.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 33 is adopted.
Item 23, Madam Clerk.
Item number 23, resolution authorizing the first option year renewal contract with Hart Halsey LLC, doing business as Extra Duty Solutions for the management and administration of police off-duty services, RFP number 2022-63, Police Resolution number 25:449.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 23 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
See, we implemented this, I see more police officers off duty getting their pay fast. Some My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President.
Yes.
Votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 23 is adopted.
Item 24, Madam Clerk.
Item number 24 is a resolution authorizing the second option year renewal contract with Network Communication International Corporation for the inmate cord-free telephone system, rebid 20.32 for the Police Department, Police Resolution number 25:450.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Mims, Mendez, and Velez. Roll call, item number 24.
Roll call on item number 24, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
I know what it's for, but we didn't even, okay. Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Omar,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 24 is adopted.
Item 27.
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk. Item 27, Madam Clerk.
Council President, quick thing. All of them are in
One
consent.
second, I didn't say
All-
Councilman Udine.
Oh, they moved the items?
Huh?
Yeah, just to
Councilman Udine.
clarify, I'm sorry.
I was calling your name to speak, Councilman Udine.
All right, thank you, Council President. I'm saying that, so we removed those items from the consent agenda?
Councilman Jackson requested to remove them from consent, and now we're voting on them.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Item 27, Madam Clerk.
Item number 27 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to the Hone Company, LLC, care of Danker, for the purchase, delivery, and installation of furniture for the Police Department, Police Resolution number 25:453.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims. Roll call on item 27, Madam Clerk.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Of course, I removed it. We're gonna spend 77, is, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, dollars on furniture in a room, or whatever. I mean, we should have an outline, again, responsible budgeting. How are we spending money? $77,000 for furniture? I mean, we should have an outline on what this furniture is for. It's much like in the past when we let the previous personnel director order a 55-inch TV for her office. I mean, and then furniture that was placed in there, and then the business incubator. Do you want me to continue to go on and on about we spent $40 million there and we still don't have it accounted for? Of course, I'm going to pull these things off consent. What's the problem? Can we get an outline on what this furniture is exactly for? I mean, I know I saw a few offices being redesigned over there, and I know they're redirecting, you know, some of the communications, but we just outlined a bunch of that money for for Pennsylvania Avenue. What are we spending $77,000 for?
Council President.
Mr. CFO, can you explain why these forfeiture funds are being utilized for this, and what type of furniture it is, please?
Nobody knows, and everybody was ready to vote yes, and no one knows. And
No.
Well, you asked, we're waiting for the CFO.
I was going to ask the same question. How many rooms are there?
We would have to provide what the items are for.
you don't know either.
No.
We're just rubber stamping this thing.
So,
Council President.
Can't make this up, man. You just can't make it up.
Council President Davila, and then Councilman
Councilman
Mendez.
Jackson, you are correct. Okay?
Thank you.
Councilman Jackson, okay.
Thank you.
You are correct. It's unfortunate that last week, this item was in workshop, and the director had to leave. He needed to come and explain. He asked for this item to go on workshop. This item did not go through committee, just so you know, okay? And he had a discussion with us through email. He requested, if you see, when it was signed off, you know, he basically said that he got it back from legal, and it was signed on September 5th. So, Council President, I would remove this item, if everyone's okay. I'll remove my motion to move, and if you can request for the second to be removed as well. This is why I always say, items, and this happens at times, where items do not go through committee, they're not vetted, they come to workshop for all 9 members to hear if anyone has any questions, and in this case, this did not happen because the director was hurt and he left, so he was not able to explain. So I'm removing my motion to move forward and remove this item and submit it back to...
Will all the seconds remove their seconds on the motion?
Yes.
But
One second.
President.
One second.
Right now, I just
There's a
did
motion. She's
you have-
removing her motion. There were 3 seconds. I'm asking the 3 individuals that put their second.
Because then we don't need to discuss it. I mean,
No,
you
no,
pull it and we'll
no.
bring
So
it back.
you discuss why you removing it, so I'm going to discuss
Well,
why I'm removing
Councilman
mine.
Velez, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes.
There's a motion on the floor to remove her motion. I'm asking the 3 individuals, myself, Councilman Mendez, and yourself, are you willing to remove your second? The answer is yes
I'm
or no.
willing to remove it with an explanation, the same
Sure,
way
but
she did
you
it.
could explain it, I didn't remove it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Go ahead,
of course,
Councilman.
that's why I got the right to do that.
Councilman Velez.
So I just look at the furniture they talking about, range from $300 all the way down to $1,000. But before this item comes back and discussed in committee, we need to have at least how many cases, deaths, and all that stuff is going to, because, yeah, a detail, because I know the police officers deserve a good building and furniture. That will lift the morale, but we need to know how this got there. Yes, I will remove my motion.
Councilman Mendez.
I'll thank you, and yes, the reason why I asked for discussion immediately was to look at the number. The question in the first amount is $54,143, and the second amount is $23,065. It doesn't mean that the police department doesn't need it. That police department, I mean, we have to bring the morale up. The whole building needs to be demolished and have a new building. Our police department, because whoever walk into that building, 111 Broadway, it's sad how the building looks, how the building is falling apart. So that's a long-term project that the city should get into and concentrate into how we're going to bring a new building, state-of-the-art facility for the police department to utilize not only the police department, but different department within one complex, same way other municipality has it, which is very effective for the residents that live in the city of Paterson, though. So I'm not saying that they don't need this, but it have to be an explanation, and it have to be on detail. What are they buying for that? And I know that the committee meeting should handle it, and we should get the information. My vote is yes to remove my motion.
And so I'm the last motion that came forward. So I just want to bring clarity. No, they did not bring it to committee. However, they did reach out to the chair and myself, who are members of the Public Safety Committee, to ask because it was time sensitive to bring forward. Last week, our director hit his head, had a gash, and was here and felt like he was going to pass out. So he asked if he could be excused from the meeting. We did not want a medical emergency on our hands, and that's why he was not able to explain it. So I have no issue with removing it, and that way he can come forward to explain what this particular item. So I'm okay with removing the motion. This item is tabled until November, Madam Clerk.
November?
We don't have another meeting until, October. I'm sorry.
October 14th.
October.
Okay.
I'm ready for the Thanksgiving turkey. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do item number 37, Madam Clerk?
20 after 9.
Item 37, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Item number 37 is a resolution addressing the new entertainment show license for STC Corporation, TA Angie's Liquor and Bar, 109 Main Street, First Ward, Finance Resolution number 25:463.
Second.
What number?
Wait a minute.
Item 37, moved by Councilman Velez, second by
Yeah.
Councilwoman Mims.
Mims, okay. Okay.
Yep.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
1 second, please. Find 37. Roll call on item number 27.
Item 37,
I'm
Madam
sorry,
Clerk.
37. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
So this item did go through finance. We had a discussion. We brought it to workshop. I always give the courtesy to the council member where the business is in. I did ask Councilman Jackson if he had any issues or has he heard any issues concerning the business. We had the owner come in and, we all agreed that we would move forward with this item. So, with that said, I'm going to vote affirmative. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes?
Thank you. Councilman Khalid, Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Omar,
Yes.
Councilman Newton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
We need to bring life to downtown Paterson. My vote is yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Item 38, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Done. Item number 38, resolution to approve a corrective action plan in response to an audit received for the 2023 calendar year. Finance Resolution number 25:464.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Council President Mims. Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
No, Council President, my concern is this. It's already 9:20. We have members of the public waiting. I mean, this needs an extensive discussion about, I believe. I don't think this is appropriate for us to just have a simple motion, second, and vote. This needs to have some discussion. We need to have some, details from the CFO on how we got here yet again. What is the plan to remove us? If the members of the public choose to stay and listen to this after the fact, but members of the public come here to address their concerns, and then being waited, having to wait till 9, 10 o'clock is just not fair to the public that's coming to speak. We lost a substantial amount of people because they got to go to work. I just think it's, this needs a lot. First of all, this should have been before us in depth at the workshop. We should have had, we had a discussion in workshop? We had a discussion in workshop?
Nope.
Did we have a discussion in workshop was the
Not a
question.
full one.
No.
So that's my point. I mean, now we're being, and in fact, although the item was on the agenda by title, it wasn't in the packet. So I can only see it here on the screen, and even with these glasses on, is blurry. You can't even make it out. I mean, the context of this document is really, unsettling, and it's very inappropriate for us to just skip past this without, especially from the council's perspective, when our a direct task is being responsible with our budgeting for not evaluating this within its totality. Whatever, he's one of the employees that we have to equally take accountability for as well. He's just not the mayor's appointee. He's the council's affirmation. And the council's not doing his job and holding him accountable. We're failing the public, and this failing grade that we're getting should definitely have a lot more of a robust discussion than us trying to rush through this. But hey,
Council
I'm
President.
just one person.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
I would recommend to table this to the next workshop. I see all the excuses that CFO put in this paper is short of staff, and they replace it with electronic. So I don't know. We should table this and have a wide discussion in the workshop, and give the chance to the CFO, because the last time we had the audit, I don't think in 2 weeks they're going to correct this. We're only typing, and we don't see no action. So I recommend to table this for the next workshop.
So we have a motion on the floor to
Motion
table. Do we have a second?
Motion to table.
We have a second. Roll call to table or not table this item, Madam Clerk?
Roll call.
Council President?
Discussion, Councilwoman
No, my
Davila.
apologies. I don't even think we needed to do that. I would have removed
The motion.
the motion.
Okay, so can you remove
Discussion?
But
your
actually, you
motion?
know what? No. It supersedes me. So you could do the roll call for.
Discussion.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Discussion, Councilman Udine?
No, you already
Thank you,
have a motion on the table.
That's fine.
Motion
I
and
can-
second.
There's a motion, one second, Council colleague, there's a motion on the floor to table, and there's a second.
Yeah.
Councilman Udine
Has
asked for
discussion, yeah.
discussion in the
That's
table.
Same thing, thank you.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Council President. I totally agree that we need to discuss, but again, I have a few questions to the CFO before I make my decision whether I want it to be tabled back or not. Mr. CFO, so as
Council President, my apologies, point of order.
I can-
Yes.
Point of
Point of order.
order. He's going to ask now, so once there's if there's a motion to table
And a
and a
second, you
second,
can't-
There's
it's
no
a
discussion?
roll call. You don't have a discussion because it's being removed. The
So it's not,
discussion,
you're saying it's not allowed?
No, there's only,
No,
there's,
because-
Oh, there is.
What do you,
no, not a to remove it because you asked for a discussion, right?
but just a
Absolutely.
Discussion when I moved
point
it.
of order, you can still, even though there's a motion on the floor to
Make
request a
comment.
tabling in the discussion, it still can be a discussion. He can still ask a question and get a response.
exactly. So how am I going to make,
Councilman.
You're fine.
with
Who
all-
are you asking to the
With all due
CFO?
respect, Councilman.
Yes.
We're laboring it further. It's going to come back before us
Right.
if we table for a
That was my
full
point.
outline discussion
That was my
Alright.
point.
versus allowing. members of the
that
public
makes
witness.
sense, Councilman, I'm saying, but if you say it's not allowed to ask question or discuss at this
No,
point,
no,
that's
it's
totally wrong.
perfectly fine,
But
but-
I do,
Yes.
yeah, I respect the public sitting here to make their concern heard. With that respect, I'm closing right here.
Okay,
So, move forward.
motion to table, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilman Udine.
Roll call to table.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, to table it.
Councilman Omar.
Yes, the table.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Sorry, my pen just broke.
Council President,
I'm sorry.
1 second.
Okay, the votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent.
Council
Item
President.
number 38 is tabled until the workshop session of October 14th.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, I will recommend administration to bring in the discussion the previous audit to attach to this one. We want to compare.
I got it now.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
See, I like that.
Council President, item number 36, please.
Item number 36, resolution in support of congressional letter urging a public investigation into Israel's killing of American citizen Saifollah
Go for public.
Musalat, sponsored by Councilman Louis Velez, City Council, resolution number 25:462.
So move, and also I want to put co-sponsor.
Second.
Councilman Eby, he asked me about a week ago about that.
Yeah, me too.
Also, Councilman co-sponsor, Councilman
Forgot my name?
Udine.
Omar.
Oh, you don't want it now?
Councilman Omar is not receiving a second.
No, I go
He doesn't
based on
wanna
what he
be-
requested me.
You said no.
So I did say that originally, but after
Okay.
further consideration, no.
Okay, so Councilman Udine is going to be co-sponsor.
Okay.
There's a move, is there a second?
You're going to be a co-sponsor, you need to move it too. So you have to do a second.
Let me read the details, seriously.
Discussion if there's not a second.
Yeah,
Discussion.
discussion,
There's
yeah.
we need a second. You cannot go into discussion. The item is on the floor as a motion by Councilman Velez. Is there a second?
Palestine got killed in Israel, and they wanted full investigation.
Now, let me read the details. I think Respectfully,
sponsored by
move myself
Councilman
and then-
Velez,
Let me-
co-sponsored by
it
Councilman
and then read
Udine,
it.
as Councilman Velez stated.
Can you-
Is there a second?
Let me do something,
One
Council
second,
President.
we're asking, is there a
No,
second?
before.
You're the sponsor.
I'm the
There-
sponsor. So, Madam President, I'm going to remove the item for the next workshop, for given the time for he could read it.
Read it, yeah. Thank you very much.
All right?
Okay. Madam Clerk, so you're removing your motion, Councilman Velez?
I'm removing my motion to table to the next workshop.
Okay, so item number 36 is tabled
Okay.
until the next workshop. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we do items 3, 4, 5, and 6, please?
I don't know why now they afraid, don't need her from Israel.
Council President, just quickly to the audience, 3, 4, and 5 are all, it is a quick vote. It is,
Handicaps.
this is
Establishing
establishing
handicaps.
handicap, so parking spaces, so it'll be done quickly.
Read it.
Council President?
Madam Clerk, items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes. Item number 3 is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. Public Works Ordinance number 25-024 on second reading. Public hearing is required. 1 second.
So move.
No, she has to read them all. It's 3, 4, 5,
Item
and
number 4 is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. Public Works Ordinance number 25-025. Public hearing is required. Item number 5 is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on county roads. Public Works Ordinance number 25-026. Public hearing is required.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by
Second.
Council President Mims and Udine. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Oh, the public hearing is now open.
See none, close.
Seeing move none to close by Udine, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close public hearing on item number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 for adoption. 1 second, please.
To close
I'm sorry,
public
to close the
portion.
public portion, yes. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson is absent. Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Omar.
Omar. Handicap sign.
Yes.
Yes? Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quick thing, Council President, since we didn't even discuss about item number 38 to make sure that we go to the public portion quick, I don't think we should have moved forward with other items. I don't know.
Quick, we're gonna do this quick.
All right, so anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, roll call on items number 3, 4, 5, and 6, and the roll call for to close the public portion is 5 in favor and 4 absent. Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Omar.
Omar.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Velez, Council President.
Yes.
The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 3, 4, and 5,
Adopted.
6 and 6.
and 6 are hereby adopted.
Thank you.
Item 2 to repeal handicaps, Madam Clerk.
Second. Item number 2 is an ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces on county roads. Public Works Ordinance number 25-023. Shall I name the streets or no?
Moved by Council President Mims,
Second.
second by Councilman Velez and Udine.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Moved by Council President Mims, second by Councilman Udine and Velez. Public and Davila. Public hearing is now open for item number 2 to
Cino,
repeal.
one move to close.
Second.
Move to close by Velez, second by Councilman Udine and Davila. Roll call to close the repeal on item number 2, Madam Clerk. Public hearing.
Closing public hearing.
Roll call to close the public portion. Public hearing on item number 2. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Public hearing is closed.
Roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 2. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted.
Our last and final item, item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Item number 1, it's an ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 5, Section 52, Purchasing Division, Purchasing Agent as head, general duties to delegate authority to award window contracts to cities qualified purchasing agent, administration ordinance number 25-022. Public hearing is required.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Public portion hearing is now open on item number 2.
1.
Item number 1.
See no one talking to
Seeing no
item.
one moves to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call to close public hearing on item 1, Madam Clerk.
1 second, please. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes, to close the
Councilman
public.
Velez. Yes. Council President.
Yes.
Votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. Public hearing is closed.
Roll call, the last item for the evening, item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call for item number 1 for adoption. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Omar.
Councilman Moore.
Councilman Omar, Ibi.
Oh, he left. I'm sorry.
Maybe item
Councilman
number 1.
Udine.
Ibrahim.
Yes.
Councilman Omar. I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this item is about threshold increase from 17,500 to 53,000, which means that any purchase takes place up to this range from up to $53,000. We don't have to entertain public bid or doesn't have to come to the council. And I feel that this threshold is pretty large amount, even though state permits it. I feel we need more oversight on this item, and with that expectation, I am not supporting this item. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
So let me clarify the record. We did that a previous meeting to raise the threshold on the contracts or whatever. This is to assign the agent, the purchasing agent, Mr. Harry Zavala, whoever is in that position, the qualified person to appointee to do that type of work. So I understand that where you're coming from, but this is to delegate the agent purchasing to do the work. Yeah, no, you voted yes to the threshold.
No.
But, no? Okay.
I was against before.
Okay, so I know this department does a great job, and I know he's going to do a great job, the QPA for the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, we're voting on item number 1.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Omar? Yes. I'm sorry. Councilman Mendez, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm fully aware. We're voting on second reading on item number 1, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is 9:37. All of the city business is completed. At this time, Madam Clerk, we will open the public portion just to give out the instructions. We know that every week it has not changed as to the process. When the public comes to speak, there's a 3-minute limit. We will open up. You will state your name and where you're from. At the microphone, you will have 3 minutes to speak. We've always requested that there's respect from both sides, whether it's on the dais or on the other side. Madam Clerk, based on what I see here, we have approximately 10 or 11 speakers. Is that correct?
15.
We have 15 speakers.
Actually, it's a little bit more than that, 15,
only have 9 in
16,
the public.
17.
We have 17 speakers, Madam Clerk.
17.
Can you call the first speaker, Madam Clerk?
So last speaker.
First speaker is Francis Harrison. Please state your name.
Name and address, please.
Not address.
Mike?
It's-
I've come before you guys today as a concerned citizen about the lack of response from the departments in this city. And I just feel like the public comes here and they tell you their concerns, but I would like to see these departments show up at these council meetings. Because the complaints of lack of service is about these departments. And the fact that it comes up here and we come before you guys, chastising you guys like you have the ability over these directors, but you do the same thing that we do as citizens. You make the phone call, you ask for the request, and still nothing is being done. That is one of my concerns. The other one is about COs. You talk about reporting things and the lack of follow-through on illegal constructions and all these other things. The reports are being made, you put out a stop notice, and then nobody comes back to review it. There was an issue in the East Side Neighborhood Association where there was an addition put on a home. After the fact, the permit was issued. Was there really a CO? Because at this property, there is an air conditioner in the window already. So to follow through, the community feels that coming before you really does nothing in terms of our concern. And these directors need to show up at these meetings. In reference to you guys being legislators, looking at the ordinance that are on the books about some of these lack of enforcement and some of these infractions, the commercial parking in this city is out of hand. I was able to get a copy of the ordinance. The fines are too low. Low, 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 low. There's too much hanging fruit in this city that can help with this budget crisis that we seem to run up against every single year. So we got one more year of this administration doing what it does that is hurting this city so bad. And the directors in these departments that can bring in some of that money, it's like those employees are not given the opportunity to have a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. That would help with this budget. The one other thing before I run out is item 31, this tennis court. From day one, the National Association.
Thank you,
of
Ms.
Tennis-
Harrison.
The
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Ms. Harrison. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Director Dave Gilmore. Please state your name.
Dave Gilmore, Paterson.
The big Dave.
On October 15, 2024, I came before this council and made a claim regarding Michael Powell and discriminatory employment practices for firing a blind man. After reading the court's decision in that matter, I learned that I was completely wrong as such, and I would like to apologize to Mike Powell.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next speaker is Maria Isabel Peralta.
Maria Peralta, she left, Madam Clerk. She left.
The next speaker is Elvis Durham.
Mr. Elvis Durham, Paterson, New Jersey, 4th Ward. Just got a couple announcements. Elvis Durham Outreach Music Productions presents Sunday Praise, coming to the 4th Ward. Sunday, October 26th. Sunday, October 26th, 5:30 p.m. at Bedford AME Church, 2-4 Auburn Street, Paterson, New Jersey, where the pastor is Pastor Marvin Wilson, assistant pastor, Pastor Marie. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I'll give you more information. Also, Sunday, October 12th, Wild Gospel, Wild Old Time Gospel, sponsored by the White Sutton and the New Prayer Wheels. This is Sunday, October 12th. Doors open at 3 p.m. Program starts at 3:30 p.m. at Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church, 187-189 Pearl Street in Paterson, New Jersey. One more announcement. Gospel poetry and gospel singing at Reborn, 25 Lewis Street in Paterson, New Jersey, Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. And this is all going down in Paterson, New Jersey. Good night, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durham. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Shirley Cox.
Shirley Cox, she left, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Marie Ligon.
She's not here, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Bilal Hakeem.
Good evening, Mr. Hakeem.
Please state your name.
Good evening, Bilal Hakeem. That weather's changing out there. I just came here tonight just to remind those of you who have not heard, that our program is scheduled for this coming Sunday at Barbers Park. We'll be starting in the afternoon once the church finish their services. Under the ordinance, we won't be having any sound until then. So come on out. We appreciate some checks that people have written, and you still can give. If anyone feels like they want to go to Crispy Crunch and bring some chicken, you can by all means pay for it and let me know. We're encouraging people to come out with your family and the children. We're going to have some pony rides there. We're going to have some important people come through to share our information, and we're going to just have a nice time. So looking forward to seeing many people there. We're thankful for after 17 years, people in the community still believe in what we're doing and believe that the program, New Africa Family Liberation Day, is a wholesome activity. We've never had any occurrences there. We will have armed security there, you know, just for precautions. We are living in a different time. So that's what I have to say. I'm still sitting here right now. Anyone, you on the council, like to write a check or anything, let us do know. Or you can scan the QR code on the flyer that was out. And that's about it tonight. I got a couple more seconds left, so council, get strong and become more trustworthy. Council, get strong and become more trustworthy. Council, administration, get strong and become more trustworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Is Sarah Billy next speaker? Please state your name.
She left, Madam Clerk.
Hi, Sarah Billy,
Good evening.
Paterson, Sonia. It's been a long time since I came to the podium. And while I'm here, I'm not coming here to bash. No, I'm not. I'm actually excited. It's such a quiet arena. Mike Jackson, I love you. Marissa, tu quieres mucho. You know I have a Latino granddaughter, right? It's Latino month, right? Way back. I'm here to say that the water crisis really caught my family off guard. And I want to thank the mayor of Heldon, Mike Johnson, for his due diligence in bringing us water. And Mike Jackson. Mike, you know. Mendez, Flo Uden, Luis Velez, Madam Clerk, nice to see you here. Guess what I'm starting? Good trouble. Just to get ready to dig in your ass. Excuse the French. Because unless he gets his due diligence, my friend right here, standing on the front line, fighting for us, he has minimum support. Come on, let's get it together. I just watched a house get built in 4 days during Labor Day. On Chamberlain Ave, Picnic side. Go over there and look. It's a whole 4-bedroom apartment. And that's the second ward. Kalik is not here. Amazing how we can move mountains when we want to do and pick and choose where the help comes from. Another thing, the 7-Eleven just got demolished, right? If you go in that area, it's now becoming a dumping site. A whole living room, a whole house is out there. You want to turn the second with the Hillcrest section? No, you're getting ready to become the hood. Go over there and see what I see. I have pictures, okay? My third thing is this. For anybody to sit here and think that we don't care about our city, raise your hand if you're over 50. Don't be shy. Who's over 50 here? Guess what my age is, and you better not cheat. I'm 61. I just watched my son go across the world in Tokyo, Japan, Nairobi. He just came 18 days. I'm on pins and needles, anxiety. Is my son gonna come in one piece thanks to the president? But thank God he came back here. Only thing he married as a souvenir is married. I was like, good, he's in one piece. I'm gonna say this to you. As a reporter, which I pride myself on being, let me write about what's going right. Let's talk about the budget, Lisa Mims. 3.3 million debt. Lawsuits at the club. Wazoo. You don't want the city to get them bankrupt. We headed there, okay? Bless you, I love you, I'm back.
Welcome back. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Lincoln Rivas.
They left.
Next speaker is Adrian Tooley. State your name, please.
Adrienne Tooley. Thank you for having me here this evening. I've been coming here, and I've been coming here a couple of months. I have an agenda regarding Phillips Academy Charter School with Dr. Davis. My daughter was unlawfully deregistered for reasons of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. And I've been bringing this matter to your attention. I've been getting a lot of assistance from Mr. Jackson, Ms. Cameo Black. However, I'm very perplexed by this council because if you, I noticed that Councilman Velez, had in the resolution, he sponsored a matter, and I know I also spoke to him a matter of weeks ago, and he did appear virtually for the Phillips Academy board meeting, and he made no mention about the agenda concerning my daughter. And I do have a concern, and I'm very appalled and perplexed because you guys are leaders of the community, and you have somebody in this city who is acting in opposition of values that you all should stand on and support. Now, I understand that I'm not the desirable color because had it been a child that didn't look like me, that didn't have the color of this skin, it'd be more proactive to be concerned, to reach out to the school and ask, what is actually happening? We are going backwards when we're putting children out of school, and you're telling me a council of leaders has no concern about that. Now, I get being black, that we're against each other, we could care less, because if it was a person, a child that looked like Mr. Mendez or a child that looked like Miss Davila, they'd be on their hind legs getting to the bottom. You see how here it says urging a public investigation? It'd be a letter going there to the Board of Trustees on that. And I have a concern as leaders that you guys are not partnering to get to the bottom of it. Mr. Jackson is doing as much as he can, and his constituents continue to help me, but I'm concerned that there's not a uniform concern about a child being put out of a school where her seat was paid for. When we think of the postings that you have here, injustice anywhere is injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. When we talk about Maya Angelou, when she says bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. She's talking about me. She's talking about all of you, even the ones that don't think they look like me. You have a job to do. There should be a concern collectively from this council about what I've been talking about. I went to Ms. Ruby Cotton's office on August 28th, haven't heard from her yet.
Thank you, Ms. Tooley. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joel Keys, Jr. State your name, please.
Joel Keys, Jr. A few weeks ago, I attended a meeting with Eddie Alvarez, Councilman Jackson. During the meeting, Eddie complimented me on the quality of my speech writing and then offered criticism. Eddie said I was guilty of intellectualizing over the heads of my target audience. Eddie is a sociologist, and I'm a sociology professor, so he has the credentials that qualify him to make such criticisms. I tell my students that if they make a habit of taking the accountability challenge, which is self-criticism, then they will discover that in most instances, when others offer criticism, they will already be aware of it. That is what happened in this instance. I told Eddie about the following circumstance that occurred in one of my classes. One of my students, whom we'll refer to as Anonymous, wrote in his anonymous critique statement, quote, "The speech could be a little easier to follow," unquote. I replied that he was spot on. I said that I have taken the accountability challenge and self-reflected. Also, I said that many admired Malcolm X for his ability to make any topic easily understandable to everyone, from the person with a PhD to the man on the street with a second-grade education. Malcolm often criticized the civil rights leaders who, during their speeches, intellectualized over the heads of the people from the grassroots. Malcolm charged that those leaders were speaking to bourgeois audiences and didn't represent the people from the streets. He said, quote, "You could tell by listening to their vernacular who their audiences are," unquote. As a Malcolm X disciple, I am embarrassed because I know he will scold me for intellectualizing over the heads of the grassroots and to bring democracy to Paterson speeches. I have vowed to make the adjustments. Councilman Jackson disagreed with me and Eddie, saying I should not lower the expectations of my target audiences. According to Charles Silverman in his book, Crisis in the Classroom, quote, "A teacher's expectation can and does quite literally affect a student's performance. A teacher who assumes his students cannot learn is likely to discover that he has a class of students who are indeed unable to learn," unquote. Lastly, Councilman Jackson asked me to explain my stance against capitalism, but before I could, he explained that the mayor's administration received a lot of money, and through corrupt activities with developers, they kept most of it for themselves. He said when he becomes the mayor, he's going to give that money to the people. I said, that is a remedy to the primary problem I have with capitalism, which is that it promotes individual come-ups, like the mayor's administration and the developers keeping the money for themselves instead of a collective come-up like you described when you said you would spend the money on the people and not keep it for yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Joe Keys. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Eddie Olivares. Please state your name.
Eddie Olivares, Paterson, New Jersey. A lot to unpack today. You know, Mr. Jackson, in the last few meetings that we've been here, I've told you that I am going to kind of change the way that I talk, and I use some harsh words. Well, I take that back, deal with it, because in light of all of the stupidity that is said here, what are you expecting from me? I will demonstrate. Mr. Keys, if you will lower the standards over here and we treat our the students as children, over here to the left of us, these three gentlemen, they don't even appear in the radar as children. They're babies. They don't answer any questions. They don't understand anything, but that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is to illustrate for you, Mr. Jackson, this is for you. If you asked, the most important meeting that this council can have, the most important meeting is to talk about monies. That's it. That's the most important topic that you can touch. So Mr. Mendez tells us that he didn't have quorum when you guys were supposed to discuss the budget. Maybe you should sit down with Mr. Mendez and explain to him that he has the ability as council president to call a special meeting. He doesn't know that. Don't know anything. These guys don't know anything. You see what I mean? I can't. I just cannot please you. I have to use those harsh words and call these people stupid. He goes on to say tonight, running a city is the same as running a business. For all of you, a business is established with the sole purpose of producing money for the people that invest in that business. That's it. They don't care that the streets are broken. They don't care that we have drugs. They don't care about shooting. They don't care about anything. The only thing they care about is making money for the people that invest money in that company. So, Alex, I mean, I don't know how to tell you all of the stupidity that is said here. Now, I am going to move on to you, Mims. You know, when this thing was discussed with the House and the $27,000, what we heard was dog whistle. When you say, listen, I'm going to call you tomorrow, then you say, well, I don't know who they are. Well, how are you going to call them if you don't know who they are? What we hear is, you know, I'm going to call you tomorrow, and then it didn't pass today, but we're going to figure out something. We're going to do something. Don't worry, I got you. That's what we heard. We heard corruption, ma'am. That's what we heard. And so, with that, Mr. Jackson, I leave you. I take it back. I will determine how I speak to these
Thank you,
people.
Ms. Oliveris. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Veronique Watkins. State your name.
Monique Watkins, you said? Ms. Watkins?
State your name, please.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Veronique Watkins. I live on Montgomery Street. What's disturbing is keep hearing the same thing over and over again and not seeing any different results. Like last week I said about the property that continues to get billed over and over again, and I don't see anything for sale. I see everything for rent. So who is absorbing these taxes if these are renters? Okay? Because that's what I see. I've been here for 15 years. Not once have I had a tax assessor come in my unit. Always got some letter a couple of weeks later. But this year, they decided they wanted to come inside my home. I said no. Now all of a sudden, you're concerned about what the inside of my property looks like when you're building all these crackerjack boxes around my area. And that's what I call them, crackerjack boxes, because you can crush them like this. And if you light a match, the whole block will go on fire. Talking about city inspectors coming. I don't know when they could have came to approve any of that mess that's being built. Because Montgomery Street would light up the whole city of Paterson for the crap that's being built. So I can't understand, like I said, who is buying this? Because I do not see anything for sale. I see for rent. So who is absorbing this? Because my taxes went up. My unit hasn't gotten bigger. There's no extension. I live in a 2-bedroom little condo. So like I said, this is very concerning. And then on top of that, I better get out of here soon because there ain't gonna be no parking when I get home. Hello. And then for you, Davila and Omar, next time, bring Doritos for everybody. Davila, Valez, you went over there and got some snacks. Bring snacks for everybody because we all sat here all night long. I came straight from work. I haven't eaten dinner. To be respectful of us that come out here for a council meeting, I think you should be respectful and bring snacks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. State your name, please.
Good evening, Madam Clerk.
Bless you.
Council President, because I know if you don't go, you're going to be on the sidewalk looking for a park. It's crazy. The administration. Today is National Voter Registration Day. Your voice, your vote. Make your voice heard. The election is coming up on November 4th. The League of Women Voters of Paterson is teaming up with the Million Voter Project and Garden State Equality to help our community get ready for some very important election. This is a nonpartisan event. We want everyone to be a part of this, so students, seniors, families, churches, please come out on Sunday, September 21st, 2025 at 2 p.m. We're going to start looking at people that have not participated in the election. As I said last week, only 15% of registered voters in Paterson are voting. So they're deciding who sits in front of us. So if you want your voice heard, you're going to need to sign up, come out, and make sure that somebody else gets registered to vote. I wanted to talk about now for the city finances. I'm very concerned about the city's finances. There was another horrible audit report, and I'm glad that you tabled it, the corrective action plan. If my 5th grader had turned that in, because I looked at it tonight, my 5th grader would still be up trying to redo something because I tell them, don't put your name on a product like that. Don't put your name, because when you leave this house with something like that, you represent this family. That product is unacceptable. And when people are making 6 figures, it's unacceptable. We want better. We deserve better. And as I said before, I went to Tech. We learned to measure twice and cut once. And so when somebody tells us that we got some tennis courts done and they're not done correctly, and we're just supposed to accept it, and we don't even have the, I want to be nice. We don't even have the, I just want to just kind of, if somebody did something in my home and it wasn't correct, I'm going to call them and say, this isn't right. Check this out. I paid you to do this, that, and such, and it's not right. This is not play money. This is our taxpayer money. So we want you to be fiduciaries, care about our money. And we also need more time to talk, because it's not right. We wait here, as the lady said, we didn't have dinner, and then we have to just limit it to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Hannibal.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's wrong.
Next
and you
speaker.
need
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Kimmy Freeman. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is.
That's it. That's it.
Angry's not gonna change nothing in this city, okay? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman.
Good evening. I was watching the meeting last week, and I've been around because I want to thank you, President Mims, for praying for my brother. He had 2 heart attacks in 10 days, and I was scared to death that he was going to die. So I'm still preparing my house to bring him home. I want to speak about those students that came to defend Brother Keys over here as a professor at PCC. As everyone knows, I started my career at PCC after, things happened. I used to work for PCG, and I went down there, and it changed my life. I remember when they hired Maritza. That was a good hire. This gentleman right here is a good hire, and I always like students. But I did give him some concerns. I pulled him out and things. This town is very political, and they can easily take you out, which they did to me. All right, I was a school teacher for 14 years. And I told Mims during my grammar school and high school career, I was homeless half that time. So when I see the Board of Ed talking about, oh, these kids are absent and everything like that, I was the poorest family in the 4th Ward. At 10 years old, I had to go to work. So, let's get off that. Property taxes. I was here last time when you tried to raise the taxes, and I got in discussion with Councilman Jackson, because under Torres, he said only 22% of people in Paterson actually pay taxes and contribute to the budget. So he went back and forth with me. I said, all right, whatever. But Dr. Seco taught me to be a mathematician, all right? When I do the math, I'm paying $1,200 a month now, which is $14,400 a year. This 2% increase is going to raise my taxes at least $600 to $1,000. All right? Then the other stuff. We just got finished paying for our house. Just got finished paying our house. Now we got to pay property taxes. Last weekend, I've been talking about speeding for 15 years. Nobody's listening to me. If you put a speed trap where I live at, from Veland Ave to Route 20, you can make almost $2 million for the speeding fine. We're hit for money, right? Let me go to another thing. Child curfew. They have it in Newark. Everybody that voted for Ross Barack should be asking for the community clergy neighborhood patrol. Been saying that for 8 years. Lastly, those pipes that burst, right? Newark replaced all their pipes about 3 years ago. When I went to college, I was a civil engineer. A lot of people talk about the river. We got to dredge that river. You want to stop flooding? Dredge the river.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right? And the
Freeman.
last thing,
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
development. You guys don't like development? You don't like a person like Florio? Guess what it was 15, 20 years ago? All right?
Thank you, Mr.
All
Freeman.
right? And guess what? You know what? We need more development.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Freeman.
those pipes burst, the earthquake caused the 3
Thank
other
you.
pipe bursts.
There are no more speakers. Can I get a motion to close?
Move to close.
Motion by Councilman Mendez, second by Davila, Udine, Ibi. Roll call to close. Public portion, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, Council President, you have the discretion to organize meetings as you see fit, but I cannot help but agree with the public more, especially the young lady. You know, the parking in this community is at an all-time terrible situation. And then what's unfortunate is the fact that we've allowed for so much of this development, and we're running around targeting our own residents, ticketing people at such an alarming rate. The amount of tickets that I see on cars that are parked close to the corner, I mean, it's just out of control. It's out of control. It's really bad. So I do think that, you know, we should be accommodating to the public as much as possible and get them in and out as quickly as possible. If we're trying to encourage more participation, if we don't want people to come, then, you know, turn the air up high and make them wait, and you know, they won't be here. So I wanted to address a matter because I put in a request last week. I put in an Oprah, and Madam Clerk, did you send that Oprah that I put in?
Yes.
Yes. So, and this is just an outline, because I've expressed this on a number of different occasions. And it's very simple. You know, it doesn't take much to like research, you know, and have some oversight. You know, I sent an email to the director of the Water Commission, and the attorney contacted me and gave me some information. I guess he thought I was just some random person from Paterson Public Schools, and I don't have the capacity to read. He made a comment about the case law. I said, sure, I respect that. Send me the case law. Within a matter of 2 minutes in the read, and you understood that everything he was pointing to pointed in the opposite direction of what he was talking about. But anyway, relative to the Oprah request, you know, it's very simple. NJSA 47:1A-1.21, you know, with regard to Oprah requests. And as I continuously told you over and over, Corporation Counsel, the New Jersey members of the legislative body are not required to submit an Oprah request, the Open Public Records Act, to access governmental records. Oprah governs access to the public, but legislators and their staff have other means of obtaining information relevant to the official duties. As the member of the legislative body, we directly have the investigative powers. Any document that I request should be provided to me upon request. It doesn't make sense that I'm requesting this information, is being quashed consistently, and it also doesn't make sense when I do play the game and I go through the process of doing what you're asking for me to do, and I'm still not provided the information in a timely manner. I requested an email that was sent by a city employee to another city employee with regard to the vaccines, and I put the specific information within the OPRA request, and I do expect to have access to this information. Mr. BA, as the signing authority, I'm asking you yet again, as a member of the legislative body, as the appointing authority, I'm not required to put in an OPRA request. I sent this request in. When should I expect to get access to this email?
Councilman Jackson, we're in the middle of roll call.
No, we are in.
Yes, we are. Councilwoman Davila has voted, so he cannot
I know
respond
we're
at
in.
this point.
And again, my requests continue to go on deaf ears because, Council President, because of your continued intrusion. I'm asking, when am I going to get access to this email? It is pertinent information to my responsibilities as a member of this council with investigative powers over the operations of what the administration, the administrative function. I'm not asking to speak to an employee. I'm asking for a document in which you should be in full support of, but you're not. But I'll send another email, Mr. BA, for a request. I'm expecting to have this information. I'm not going to rest until I have it, and I'm going to find it. In fact, I'm going to expose the entire situation. You know, many of the members of the public had an opportunity to watch last week's meeting, and it's unfortunate. I'm happy to see that the council at least had the discretion to pull that item off the agenda with regard to the UEZ. But if you listen to tonight's meeting, it's very much so the same. If I wasn't here, just imagine how many items would have went through on consent agenda without any oversight. How many items that directly impact us financially. You know, although it is always great to be acknowledged, I don't need to be told that I'm correct. I do understand the role that I play here, and I do understand when I'm correct. The problem is this administration has been the most irresponsible administration. I mean, I can't answer for all the administrations past, but through my experience, it's very irresponsible. You know, we had people like Mr. Zambrano that was here, people who had years and years of extensive experience. You know, I did get access to Mrs. Marcheron's resume. I'm not going to entertain that tonight, but the amount of people that we have unqualified for these positions is absolutely out of control. You know, personnel director, again, person who's gotten a job without even having a college degree has never been heard of before. I'll be willing to do a poll around the state of any other municipality that hired a personnel director that did not have a college degree. It is absolutely unheard of. The people who don't have any extensive experience in the position, this mayor, I mean, he basically let us know that he was just going to be a cheerleader and allowing for all of these things to take place. The CFO, and it was pointed out to me because I'll be the first to acknowledge, you know, I wasn't the greatest of students, but I was very sharp. I didn't have to study in most cases, math and things of that nature, but things you have to study for, I often got poor grades in history. You know, I'm not a great speller. My children run circles around me in spelling. How do we have an official document that's being presented tonight with not one, not two, but a number of different typos and spelling and grammatical errors? This right here, from a professional who's making a six-figure salary, is absolutely absurd. It's absurd. And we want to place the trust and confidence in these people that are creating these documents and bringing this stuff forward, and it can't even present a document. I mean, you don't even have to be the greatest of anything these days. AI has helped me tremendously, right? And if you utilize any Microsoft document creators, whether it's Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, Sheets, whatever, Google Sheets, whatever, all of it comes equipped with spell check, grammar check. There's no reason why this document should be this poorly prepared. And then the answers to the questions of why was it such a delinquency. and again, I can't even read this thing. It's like, it's totally pixelated. The city's internal reconciliation process was delayed due to staff shortages. The city hired a consultant. So if we hired a consultant, doesn't that mean that the job should have been completed and thoroughly done? If we hired a consultant to do this work, should we not have received a better performance grade from this thing? This just outlines that every single position, and mind you, I'm saying this to the public because I'm not addressing the administration. I mean, it's pointless to do that. I'm saying this to the public just so you'll understand the position of oversight comes from this council. If there is no oversight, or if there's poor oversight, then the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the council, of which we've witnessed previous councils be very responsible in this process. You know, we've seen the committee of the whole. I can't tell you how many times I called for a committee of the whole on various measures, on budgeting, on the health insurance benefits. There's been so many times I've written the legislation for the committee of the whole, and every single president, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Davila, and I haven't called for it now, but I mean, we can just look at the flow of how the meetings go today. It probably may not even make it to the agenda. Councilman Mendez pulled it off the agenda multiple times as Corporation Counsel has laid into the approval. And I meant to send this out to Mr. Davis Sue because a few weeks ago, the Corporation Counsel utilized some verbiage that he stated was not redundant. What was the word he used? Ambiguous. The word shall, and he reutilized the word shall. I gotta go back and look at the tape to find the word that he utilized within the context of what the council's authority actually is. But I digress. I don't want to, labor this out much longer. It's just very disappointing, but it's really not. If you want to understand where we are and where the city is, we're talking about garbage, we're complaining about things, and then I render solutions. We don't want to utilize that. We spend millions of dollars on solutions that don't work. The cameras, I can't wait till we get a full report. Can we get a full report on the cameras and the performance review on these cameras that we spent $1.7 million for these 77 cameras? I said, very simply done. I wrote the legislation, said, listen, let's utilize the public. Everyone has a phone. Whoever captures someone and responsibly reports them and it turns them into a position where we can realize some return on it, we give them half of the fine. Do you know, just based on the fact that people will be afraid that somebody else is always recording them, that just based on that alone, the dumping will go down? So, listen, I'm just going to leave it at this. People, you must wake up. Wake up. You have to. I am I won't say a lifelong, but I'm a committed Democrat, right? I've been supporting various, but I don't just support people blindly. I don't just support people just because, right? The other day, and I'm going to just close with this, and I'm going to utilize my time because the other day I saw a commercial, and while I'm looking at, and I'll put this up on my page, I'm looking at all these council members and other elected officials running around with campaigning for people and convincing you that these are the people you should support simply because the Democratic Party put them on the line, right? Mike Romaglia was a dedicated Republican who I have tons of messages directly from him with regard to how his feelings were of various members of his council and the administration. All of a sudden, he's placed on the line and everybody's kumbaya celebrating, holding hands with him, and we're all celebrating. Now, this is just to the seniors who were observing how these taxes are out of control, right? Property taxes. The question was asked to both gubernatorial candidates, what is one piece of legislation you'll work on? The one couldn't answer the question. The other said, listen, I'm going to cut the utility spending. I'm going to make sure that senior citizens over 70 don't have to pay property taxes, reduce certain taxes for certain people, and yet and still, we still have people out here campaigning for someone who can't even spell out, like, what are they going to do for taxes?
There's almost been this understanding it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but if you're a good person, you'll do it. We need to move into clean power. And there's almost been this understanding it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but if you're a good person, you'll do it. We need to move into clean power.
I mean, it just,
Almost been this understanding it's going to cost
it doesn't, you can't make it up. I mean, you have a candidate in Ras Baraka who has shown through the debate process that he was the absolute most qualified candidate. Yet, the Democratic Party chose that, no, he's not the guy, right? And then you have...
If you could pass one piece of legislation, what would it be?
Wow, I would love, that's a really good question because there's so many that are coming to mind right now. But right now, I would love at this point to pass legislation to, as a...
You're kidding me, right? You want to be governor and you can't answer that question? We have skyrocketing electric bills in a state people can't afford. We need to fix New Jersey. I will.
If you could pass one...
Listen, that's not even a clip that I'm looking for, but I'm not even going to label this any longer. We've been getting impacted greatly by all of these Democratic candidates. Now, again, I'm a dedicated Democrat, but I supported Murphy during his first tenure. He promised not to cut our school budget. The first thing he did when he got in office is cut our school budget. The very first thing. The next year, I did not support him. Here, you see all these people just lining up. They show up to these rallies. They show up to these campaign events just because somebody's a Democrat. Listen, people, I'm voting in my best interest. I'm not voting because somebody is a Democrat or somebody's a Republican. The longer we keep doing that, we're going to continue to get the same thing that we've been getting for tens of 20, 30 years, because the Democratic Party has been in full control of the city of Paterson for the last 40 to 50 years, while we're now being overrun with rats, we're being overrun with garbage, and the best answers we have, you guys heard it tonight. But anyway, I digress. I appreciate the time, Council President. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez. Close the public portion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I forgot that we were closing the public portion for a minute. But at this time, I really want to use this time, this couple of minutes on the closing of the public portion, to just give thanks to God. This weekend was very, very difficult weekend for me, for my family. My father underwent through a critical surgery, and due to his heart condition and his pre-existing condition, it was almost impossible for him to, pass this critical surgery. And prayer do works. God showed me that when you pray, He listened to you. I don't know if He's listened to my prayer, but He listened to somebody that was praying. My father went through surgery, and he was perfectly fine. He's still in ICU, but he's getting better and better, and I'm so excited. And I want to take this time to give thanks to Dr. Melissa Warta. She's a trauma and surgical critical care at St. Joseph Hospital. She was in charge of the surgery, and the entire staff at St. Joseph Hospital. They've been great. We have great people that work at St. Joseph Hospital, and when you go through this type of situation, that's when you realize that we have a great hospital, and they're providing an excellent service to our residents. So I'm very pleased, and please continue praying for my father, and I hope to see him soon back home. In another note, yesterday I have a meeting at the Heritage Place with the resident at Heritage Place. It was a very successful meeting because we spoke about what's going on at the location. Heritage Place is just out of control. The dumping situation that we have inside the complex, it is incredible. The garbage all over the place. But we spoke about responsibility, and I'm just going to mention this again. The Deputy Director, Michael Jackson, was there. Supervisor of Recycling was there. And we explained to the resident how recycling is going to be picked up. cardboard, plastic in front of their apartment on the day that recycling is supposed to pass by. No throwing by the dumpster, the cardboard, the plastic, and everything mixed, because we're not going to be able to pick it up. We spoke about the resident not to throw the garbage in the floor, to put it inside the dumpster. We also spoke about that. I understand that they need more dumpster, so we spoke with the management company. Quite honestly, the management company, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. In the beginning of the Heritage Complex, when they started the project, the agreement was that they're supposed to provide 24/7 security. Now they have 24 hours a month. Now, most of the cameras inside the complex don't work. It's their responsibility to have camera inside the complex that works. It's their responsibility. They have a contract for the garbage, and we pick up the recycling, but they have to put it out the right way. When the community is filthy, it's easy to blame DPW, it's easy to blame the administration, but as a resident, we have a responsibility. We could talk about politics all we want to, but if we want to be serious about government, we have to call things like it is, and we have to call and make people accountable and responsible for their parts. The residents have their parts. So we were very clear about what needs to be done. Now, the empty lot on Heritage Place, the people that have been talking about are getting some resident in front of the council asking me questions about that. That's not a responsibility of the city. Pence Road and Housing Authority, they're fully responsible for that empty lot. Now, I've been putting pressure on the director, Emma Gorham. She promised me that she wants to clean it. She cleaned it way back, but they never fenced it out. Now, it's a forest again. So we have an agreement on the meeting that October 20 is going to be the Housing Authority meeting, and they're going to have the company on the agenda who's going to take care of that site. They're going to clean it, they're going to fence it up, and we're going to wait for the Housing Authority and the school to finish the project that they want to finish. That location, we really need something for our children there. I would love to see the daycare that they planning to build, but we still have a space for a beautiful playground, a basketball court, for those kids to have a place to exercise. So we have a very sensitive conversation. Now, dumping is really out of control. Today I went back to Heritage. Somebody dropped a RV, a mobile home, in the back of Heritage Place, full of furniture. And to the administration, to Corporation Council, I know Bill is aware, but we got to see if we could find any address, any bill, because I look into it, it's full of furniture. Maybe we could catch the person that dropped the RV. We got to be more aggressive. I don't believe that resident will send videos, because quite honestly, if you send a video about somebody dumping, you're going to have to go to court and testify. What we need to do is we have to utilize $1 million that we already approved for those 80 cameras, and we need to see where those cameras. Behind Heritage Place, it's a dumping ground. We already know. Our DPW, we're spending thousands of dollars cleaning that up. Let's put those cameras. Let's make sure that we monitor those cameras. We need the police department to help us. We need everybody on board with this dumping situation, because Paterson is out of control. Last but not least, I would like to thank the Eastside Neighborhood Association for the very effective meeting that we have. You know, we have a lot of conversation. There was a lot of questions. We just spoke about the reassessment, and I want to take this moment to just encourage the resident that if you need to call back to make sure that the reassessment company go back to your house and reassess your property, the phone number that you need to call is 201-493-8530. And I will tell you why you need to call the company back. If you don't allow the company to get into your house, when they do the assessment, they're going to do an estimate on your property, and the estimate is going to be higher than what it is. That's most likely, that's what all the companies do. Our estimate go all the way above. They will add a renovated kitchen, renovated bathroom, so everything is going to state of the art on the renovation. So allow the entity to walk into your house. And Council President, I mentioned Richard Mara because there's a very important topic about this taxes, the new assessment and the tax rate. The tax rate that we have right now is 5.09. But after we finish with the new assessment, that's not going to be the tax rate. So I would like to invite Richard Mara to come over and just give some education to our residents, because it's going to be very important. So Paterson, let's continue praying. Last but not least, I know Mr. From the administration, I saw Javier that was here. Javier Fernandez was here. I think it's important that every time a constituent come in with complaint, Javier take notes and give it to all the directors. As an elected official, we're a legislator, but we all have to work hard to bring Paterson to what it was before. With that being said, let's continue praying and working together. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Omar.
My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Newton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. And I want to begin with thanking the residents, those who came up and shared your experiences and concerns. I would like to mention that where one of the educators still sitting here, Joe Key, mentioned that when your expectation is higher in the classroom, your students start believing in it. And I see that firsthand. When you put your bar high and expect excellence in your student, and they believe they can achieve it. So we expect that all our educators get enough resource in the classroom and they can support our future generations here. So thank you, Professor Joe Key, for being presence here in the council meeting and share your excellences and then also the city concerns. So thankful to you and every single resident showed up today. One of the concerns that always shared by our resident about commercial vehicle parking, overnight parking. Parking crisis is all over in our city. And recently, I would say about 2 years ago, we passed and amended the new ordinance. I would say Councilman Velez was also the sponsor, I believe, about commercial vehicle parking. So I want the authority to make sure enforce and know a commercial vehicle should be parked overnight in our city street so that regular resident can find parking space. So I'm requesting the authority to make sure that they enforce the ordinance that is existing. I'm turning back to the real issue that when we were speaking about the budget introduction, and the budget introduction was passed last week with 3.5% increase. One thing that bothers me when my council colleagues may mention that, and some of them actually use the same narration when it was even 5.6% tax hike on our budget. They said, oh, it's just an introduction. And I used to see the similar or same narration when it says 3.5% hike on introduction. And to me, this is not just the number increase, it's just a burden and stress on our families. And another thing, when we are relying on transitional aid, and we are saying that, oh, we are going to minimum MOU requirement of 2% tax hike. When you're using the amount, oh, it's a small 2% hike. This small, so-called small is not actually small when it turns to 2% every year. I fully understand and acknowledge, Mr. CFO, the administration, that the transitional aid is a resource, but transitional aid cannot be backbone of our finance in our city. We need to find a long-term plan where we don't have to just rely on transitional aid year after year and use an excuse to our resident that we have to raise minimum 2% taxes. So just know this when Paterson is struggling right now. Senior citizens, very fixed income. When we are raising $1 even, they're in crisis. The residents already in crisis, working 2-3 different full-time jobs to just make up their rents or mortgage and make sure that they have food on their table. So this is where Paterson is going through. So when you are using the excuse that it's just 2%, or we are pushing it to go to 2%, it's not just 1 year we are speaking about. It's year after year. So, Mr. CFO, Mr. VA, we need something well planned for City of Paterson. We want to see that where we are looking forward in next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, that we don't have to just rely on transitional aid? Or do we have any plan that we don't have to, ask for another $33 million next budget? Or can we just go it lower? What's the plan for, regulating or increase our local revenues? So we have to have those plans and to make sure that Paterson going to the right direction. When we are using this transitional aid and increasing numbers every year, we're actually pushing today's problems in tomorrow's residents in our city. Paterson deserves better. And again, I want to thank every resident come here. Whether you criticize us, your comments come to our favor or not favor, doesn't matter. But when you share your experience, it reminds us that how our decisions impact on you directly. So again, I'm thankful to everyone, whether you are supportive or not supportive, whether you criticize, your criticism comes in our favor or not. I'm grateful that you are here, you care about Paterson. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman and Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I want to congratulate the Hispanic community and the Hispanic Heritage Month. It started September 15 to October 15. And when I say Hispanic, somebody in this world has something that comes from Africa. That's why we celebrate it, and that's why we celebrate all together. So if you see an event, not because there's a particular flag raising or whatever, you are invited to celebrate with us, the Hispanic Heritage Month. The lady that came talking about expressing her concern regarding Montgomery, I believe it is, or Godwin Avenue, regarding that she see a lot of renting, less buying. If we could look at the picture of a lot of wards that like First, Fifth, and First, Fourth, and Fifth, they fall into redevelopment zone. If you look at a picture of 15 years before what it is now, and compare before and after, you're going to see a lot of different. There was a lot of property abandoned. You agree, not agreed. It have improved our community one aspect or the other. We could go over and over with the law of redevelopment zone. The lady that came talking about the charter schools, listen, I went to the school to get the facts of the situation. I even orientate her to go to the charter school association that oversees the charter schools to raise her concern there after the fact. So there's some legality I cannot get involved as a councilman. So to be balanced in the situation. And last but not least, well, not last but not least, this is not the last. Let's pray for each other, man. The atmosphere, the political violence that we see out there, and all the negative things that sometimes is saying from that side or this side, or we need to go back to basics sometimes and try to do the best for our constituents and do best for the people that elected us. Let's just pray for everyone. We could agree, disagree. One thing is I could go to bed in peace and wake up the next day thinking that my job the day before was good and the moving ahead is going to be better. And I'm not perfect, and sometimes I need advice. Do this, like that. My office is open. The secretary could attest that when they come to my office, they call me. I rush to the office and do what I have to do to take care of the position. Last but not least, I want to apologize. Winning an election is a good thing, but I realize that you lose your family. You do. You lose time with your family. You lose time with your kids. You lose time with your wife. You lose a lot winning an election is good, but if you look at it, you lose a lot. So I want to apologize to my son that for the past 8 years that I'm being sitting here, I have lost his birthday celebration. Today was a birthday. And I say if I come out early, I will celebrate with you. But this is meeting. So I apologize, son. But one thing I could say is, I got the most precious son in the world. I love you with all the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being my son. Thank you for being that clone. I love you, my son, and happy birthday. Happy 20th birthday. And thank you for making me proud, because I'm proud of you. Happy birthday, son. Saying that, my vote is yes to close the meeting.
Council President.
Close the public portion, sorry.
So I want to thank Javier Fernandez, who is our constituent services, who I made the request to the administration that he is in our meetings and he is here to take the requests and/or concerns from our residents that come to public portion and to follow up with them. He has been doing that and making those callbacks, and we appreciate that, to avoid, in the past, the council members, would address those things. And at this point, I'm grateful that Javier Fernandez does come. To the community at large, continue to pray for everyone, not just some, but all. Councilman Velez, you said it very well. A lot of times we're in these roles and we're doing what we do, and sometimes you don't even get to see your loved one because by the time you get home, it is the next day. For myself, I've been out since 7 a.m. We had back to school night. I came straight from back to school night here. But who I really feel bad for at the end of the nights are the clerk and our secretary. Because when we leave the meeting, everyone gets out of their seat, they leave their tablets, they leave their junk on the desk, and they walk right out the door. And after everyone leaves, they have to clean up after every single council person and then take and store the stuff in the various offices, and they're here almost an hour after we leave. And so I want to apologize to you for that. And I've been purposely staying after to make sure that you are not leaving. We know the police are here, but make sure that you had a council person. I know Councilwoman Cotton is always here as well, but making sure that we're here with you, because I understand you're here all day long. So I want to apologize to you for that. And to the public, let's keep praying. There's so many deaths and people that are sick in our community. I want to congratulate, I'm a new grandma. I have a new grandson, so I'm super excited. He was born on the same day as my granddaughter. So I'm grandma times 4, and I'm super excited about that. Mommy and baby and my son are doing very well. And I just want to thank everyone who reached out, texted me, and called me. Madam Clerk, to close the public portion, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Motion to close by Council President Mims, second by Mendez, Velez, and Ibby. Roll call to close the meeting of September 16th, the regular meeting, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Roll call?
Yes.
Okay, roll call. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, be very extremely brief. It's very disappointing. I don't understand what exactly it was that Councilman Udine was talking about relative to holding the administration accountable on budgetary matters, when a few weeks ago he's the one who flipped his vote on an item that had directly to do with financing. We can't ask for the administration to be responsible for certain things, even as a councilor. He hasn't made one suggestion for budgetary cut or budgetary adjustment at all. But you rambled off on some other things. But anyway, I do apologize. I played the wrong one. And by no means, this is not an endorsement for anyone, for Jack or for whomever. But it is saying to the public to be mindful about making decisions for people just based on simply their party affiliation. But
Last question. If you could pass one piece of legislation, what would it be?
Wow, I would love, that's a really good question because there's so many that are coming to mind right now. But right now, I would love at this point to pass legislation to, just send a federal block grant back to states.
If you could fix one thing, if you had one priority for the state of New Jersey on day one of your administration, what would it be? Property taxes. It's the most punitive and regressive tax there is. As you get older, you use less public services, and yet you continue to pay more and more and more, causing a whole lot of insecurity and people that feel they can't live their lives out in the home they raised their family in. So property taxes is always the number one thing. We can fix that in New Jersey in a number of different ways. Number one, I want to make all retirement income tax-free, just like they do in Pennsylvania. Right. Number two, I want to freeze property taxes for everyone once they hit age 70. Number three, I want you to be allowed to deduct 100% of your property tax on your New Jersey tax return, which will lower your taxes. And number four, we need a new school funding formula. If we have a more equitable distribution of state aid to all of our school districts, we can lower property tax.
listen, you got to have reason behind what you do, doing what you do. And that's a lot of reasons for somebody else who had no reasons. Now, again, I've been meaning to and trying to make arrangements to speak to the candidate in person to see like what does that look like for Paterson before I can, completely sign on. But I can tell you one thing, what I've gotten from Murphy over the last few years, and now looking forward to the Democratic Party overlooking one of the most progressive, one of the most forward-thinking individuals that was in the race. When I watched those Democratic debates and saw what Ras Baraka did, and for the Democratic Party to simply just disregard and not support him, it leaves me with a lot of concerns. And I'm not just giving up my vote to anybody just because they say they're a Democrat, because that has gotten us absolutely nothing. And I'm hoping that you guys in Paterson are paying attention, because we did the same thing here. We did the same thing here. We continue to be lied to. We continue to be, bamboozled, hoodwinked, if you will, and I will not. But, Madam Clerk, on that note, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very brief, before my vote, I would like to make this announcement. This Saturday, September 20, Colapa, Confraternidad Latina de Pastores. Colapa is a pastor association. They will have the family parade this Saturday, September 20. It's going to start at 12 p.m. at Eastside High School, 150 Park Avenue, all the way on to City Hall. It's going to end up at 4 p.m. They're going to raise the Christian flag. It's going to be a day of prayer and fellowship and family unity. I will be attending at this event, and would like to encourage all the residents of the city of Paterson to attend this beautiful family event and congregate as a brothers and sisters like we are. So Saturday, September 20, starting at 12 p.m., right in front of East Side High School. In another note to the administration, and just to encourage all the residents that live in the city of Paterson, if you have a commercial truck, please, you have to find a way to get a yard, get a parking lot, a commercial parking lot to park your truck, because you're gonna be ticketed and towing. Every day we see more and more commercial truck overnight parking in the city, in our streets. We have a legislation in place that it's against the law to have an overnight commercial truck parking in the street. Please, let's be mindful of that. The administration needs to enforce this to make sure that we get more space to our general public, because parking is extremely limited in our community. If you see something, say something, Paterson. We have a lot of people dumping around our community, dumping. We have to protect our city. Our city is filthy, and we have to clean it. So let's work together to accomplish that. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Omar.
I'll be very brief. So, first of all, Congratulations, Council President, on your grant.
Congratulations.
And Councilman Velez, happy birthday to your son. And to the 6th Ward residents, I know most of you guys have seen me. I've been knocking on doors, but I'm actually here to invite you guys to my back to school event next week at School 25. It's going to be at 5 p.m. It's just a, I guess you could say a fun day for the kids who have to go back to school the next day, but something to give back to them. And with that being said, good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Yeah.
You know, good night. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Council President.
So to the public, and I say this in closing, we made a mistake when we did not vote for Kamala, and I think we see that mistake. But I will not support any candidate that is going to increase our sales tax by 10%, who has already, based on his connection to our current president, they have removed funds from 4Cs, where a lot of parents are not able to afford and pay for programs and services for their children, educational cuts, cuts for our seniors for Medicaid and Medicaid. He refuses to release his tax returns. Paterson, Mikey Sherrill, I am thankful and grateful. We love Roz. We thank God for Roz. Roz Baraka has endorsed Mikey Sherrill as well. We have to move in the right direction, not just in the city, it's for the state of New Jersey. Anyone that's trying to demolish the educational system for our community, that's problematic for Paterson. That is problematic for the schools, it is problematic for the teachers, problematic for the educators, and problematic it should be for anyone. We're here sitting on this dais when it comes to the introduced budget and talking about approving and not approving budgets. If the other person gets in, it's going to be a 10% sales tax increase in so many other areas. Paterson, make the right choice. Vote for Mikey Sherrill for governor. I support her fully. I've been in the background doing my research, and I can go even deeper. And here's a word of caution. Never use a clip that someone uses to destroy someone as facts about what they've done. Just because someone has said that that person hasn't said, or they don't know what they're talking about, she's a congresswoman who has been on the front line fighting tooth and nail, sending millions of dollars right into this community to make sure that we have what we needed. She's not new to this. She didn't run before and lose to Phil Murphy. She's running now. She won a few races already and flipped some states so that they could be in the right place so we can get what we need here in the city of Paterson. And if you care about your Medicaid and your Medicare, your Social Security, your 4Cs, your TRAs, your reproductive rights, no 10% sales tax, if you care about any of those things in the educational system, if you care about any of those things, there should not be a blink of an eye. It's not about somebody pulling you or begging you to vote. You should already know. We know the mistake that was made. You see what we're dealing with as a community and as a country. Make the right decision. I'm voting blue. Let's stay blue. Row A all the way, all the Democratic candidates. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absent. The regular meeting is hereby adjourned.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. Raphael?